Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses?
Welcome back. Welcome back. Listen, if you listen, I hope that you gathered something from that last segment. At this time, I would like to thank Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO Moody Capital Partners and Black Leaders Worldwide, Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associate, and Dr. Janetta Watson of the National Mastermind Group and Black Business Expo Board. And we're going to keep this show going. At this time, I would like to bring up the CEO of the Black Business Network, none other than Dr. Eric Kelly III. While we're waiting on him, let's go ahead and bring up also Mr. Larry Hall and Dr. Turner Williams. Again, as we're waiting on our guests, take this time to go ahead and visit blackbusinessexpousa.com. Hello, sir. How are you? The man with the plan. We don't know if he sleeps or not. Listen, it's been amazing already. And I just want to publicly thank you for this opportunity to trust me on your platform. It has been absolutely amazing.
Well, one of the things that you do when you do business or when you live, you trust people, and you want to trust people because people are our future, and you are our future. You're a young lady, and you're doing some great things in the community, and you're doing a fantastic job this afternoon. And we look forward to you working with us on our next telecast, which is going to be in June. And one of the things that I say to a lot of people as we continue to talk, we've been doing the Black Business Expo Network all week, and here it is Saturday at 3:00. And you know, a lot of times you want to ask the question, who are the people behind the scenes? And I was in the board meeting with my moms, and my board said, Eric, you talk about everybody. Why don't we talk a little bit about what your vision is, what your dream is, and how everything connects the dots? And so at 3:00 today, I was pressed into service, and I have a couple of hosts that are going to come in, Dr. Turner Williams, and Larry Hall, attorney Larry Hall, who are going to come in, and we're going to just talk a little bit about the mission, the vision, and the EK3 brand. And I truly appreciate you for being a part of this. If you decide you want to stay, you can stay. It's up to you, of course. I know you're going to see us on
the other side.
And, I always invite the great people in. And as we get prepared, I want to bring in Attorney Larry Hall at the present time, and Dr. Turner Williams.
All right. Well, great to be here. Thanks for having me aboard, and a pleasure to participate.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you, Dr. Kelly and Attorney Hall. It's definitely an honor to be here on the Black Business Expo. I'm excited, and I can't wait for the rest of the world to hear about Dr. Eric Kelly III and his mission and his vision. Like he stated, so often we hear about everybody else, and he's pushing everybody else's vision and the mission. So today you get to find out about the man himself. So welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tag someone and let someone know that they need to come on over here to the Black Business Expo because they are missing out on the treat.
And Mr. Hall, go ahead. You're the guy that's going to lead the tone. And we probably need to start way back in the time.
Well, it's a pleasure again to be here, and really inspirational to see so many businesses and so many people sharing ideas, networking, and engaging on what can happen when people are successful. Because, as you said, Dr. Kelly, you're trusting other people. So great to be here. But a lot of folks don't know the history of both yourself as well as the expo before it became the Black Business Network and extended itself that way. So let's go back a little ways. I want to ask you some questions because some folks may be aware of your tremendous art talent, your fact that you taught art before, the fact that you've generated many pieces to indicate a lot of things that happen in our history with our leaders, etc. So maybe I'm going to ask some questions of you. First of all, what made you decide to be an artist first?
Well, it was started when I was 4 years old. My grandmother gave me a pencil, and I started to draw. And later on, my grandmother said to me, out the years that passed, that I was drawing, and the drawing that I was doing, it looked like the people in the choir. And after I got to be about 10 years old, my great grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer. Every day we would walk from Scarborough Nursery School here in Durham, North Carolina, and we would walk over to the courthouse and sit in the courthouse, and he would continuously say, every family needs a lawyer. And in my mind, I'm a young kid. I'm not thinking about law. I'm not thinking about these things. But he pushed me and pushed me and pushed me. And then one morning, I woke up and I was living in his house. He walks into my room and he says, you need to make a decision. Either you're going to be a lawyer and you're going to start today, or you're going to be an artist. Because I told him I didn't want to be a lawyer. I wanted to be an artist. And so he said, well, look, either you're going to be an artist or a lawyer. Either way, you starting today. And then he said, I have this wall out here in I have this hallway here in the hallway, and I expect you to start drawing and putting stuff on this hallway. And so I went into my bedroom. I wasn't really paying no attention to what he was talking about because, I was trying to, when you're a kid, you're trying to sneak out the back door. And he walked in with 3 books, and they was big law books. I don't know where he got them from. And he put them on my bed. And he said, well, I guess you're going to start reading these. And I said, no, I'm not. And he walked out, and I started drawing. And so that's where it started from. And he said to me the next time that he came into my room, because my great grandfather was my daddy. He was my father. He was my rock. He was the one who pushed me and motivated me. He came in one morning and he said, I know you don't know anything about museums. I know you don't know anything about art shows, but I want to tell you something about it. He had fought in the war. He had been across the water. He had seen different things, and he was a Pullman porter, and he also worked in Virginia on the shipyard. So for those who don't know, he was a laid back rich man. That's who he was, and he would always say, "My money is my money. My money is not your money. You need to get your money." And I used to think about it, and I think about that today when I talk to people. When he used to tell me the number one job in America is to think, and so that's what I've been doing, Larry. That's how it kind of started. He also told me not to give my art away, and I think this is something that people miss when they give their talent away. He said, "Don't give your art away." He said, "Sell to collectors, because collectors will appreciate it and they will keep it, and then it will appreciate and be more valuable." So I found myself, when people ask me about art, and I know this is a business show, but today is Saturday, and our Saturday is called Business and the Culture, and art is a part of our culture. And that's why I wanted to kind of, break it down a little bit and pull back a little bit, because as we continue to do these series, we're going to have some of the top artists and some of the top writers and some of the top singers to be on our Saturday.
Well, Dr. Kelly, let's let Ms. Turner Williams have a question for you right now.
I think that was phenomenal information that you just gave, a background, the root cause of who you are as to Dr. Eric Kelly. So how imperative is it that everyone has a foundation, or at least someone that is pouring into them and guiding them, even when they don't know themselves, to be who they are today? Because it starts with the foundation. So how imperative is that?
Well, it's very imperative, because what happens is you don't know where you're going when you're a kid, a child. And sometimes as an adult, you don't know where you're going to be, where you're going to end up. And a lot of times what I find is if you don't have a good foundation, then you find yourself lost in what I call the sauce. And so with my great grandfather and my grandmother was more to, you can be anything you want to be. Whatever you want to be, that's what you can be. But my great grandfather, he was like, okay, you're a man. You got to do something. These are things that you got to do. You can't just be walking around. You just can't be, just sitting on the sidelines. He used to say that many people spend their time in their lifetime being spectators of what other people doing. And he used to say, you're not going to do that. And he said, either you're going to help people or you're going to create art. And that's kind of how my foundation was. And when you look at the achievements, and people a lot of times don't like to say that they have achievements, but we as African Americans have been beat down not to say that we have done anything. And my great grandfather said, when you achieve something, let people know that you achieved something, and then of course serve. Think about serving when you're achieving, because many times people don't think about serving when they're achieving.
Well, as you talked about your early art experience and how you got on that path, some things are important and critical, and you develop that skill. So tell us a little bit about your high school, college life, and what happened with those additional skills you got sharpened through the educational and formal art training process?
Well, I tell people all the time, you got to dream big. And when I was in junior high school, the teacher would ask who's going to college. I would raise my hand. Didn't know how I was going to go. When I got to high school and the teacher asked who's going to college, I raised my hand. I had no idea how I was going to go to college. But in my mind, if there was a college and people was going to college, I'm going to go to college. I did not know it cost money to go to college. That was not in my head. My mind was made up that I was going to go into college. My senior year, or better yet, my junior year, there was a group called the Durham Lynx. And the Durham Lynx would came to Hillside and went to all of the schools in the Pac-4. And they would give out the best, the artist of the state trophy. And at that time, I was not even thinking about the artist of the state trophy. But a good friend of mine named Ricky Cooper won the trophy at Hillside. And when Ricky won it on one piece of artwork. And I was sitting there thinking, he was a senior, I was a junior. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I could have won that. I can draw just as good as Ricky, but that was not my path at that time. So when my senior year came, I was walking down the hall. For those who don't know, when you're at Hillside, it's a show every day. So I'm walking down the hall, I'm smiling, I'm grinning, I'm having a great time. And Sandra Dowd, my art teacher, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And she pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And inside the teacher's lounge, there was Miss Corbett and there was Miss Cousins. And Miss Dowd said, "You're cheating the world, Eric Kelly. You're cheating the world. You got all this talent and you're cheating the world." And I said, "What are y'all talking about?" And then Miss Corbett said, "Well, you're not going to graduate this year." Now, mind you, I did flunk the 5th grade. I'm not ashamed to say that. I flunked the 5th grade because I went to school every day and I drew, I ate, and I drew. That's what I did in the 5th grade. When I got retained, the first thing I said to my grandma, I don't know how it happened. She said, "What did you do?" I said, "I ate, I drew, and I came home." And she said, "When you go back to school, they're going to pick at you. They're going to call you dumb. They're going to call you stupid." And I said, "No, they're not going to do none of that to me, because what people didn't know, I was a little short guy and I was a little short bully guy. I would fight at the drop of a hat. So I knew they were going to mess with me, but I learned from that experience that you got to be responsible for you. Nobody's going to just pass you through." So we're in the teacher's lounge and Miss Cousins said, "You got to have history to graduate." I said, "Yeah." Miss Lawson said, Miss Corbett said, "You got to have English to graduate." I said, "Yes." And with that terrifying thought of flunking the 5th grade in my mind, I was like, y'all are not going to flunk me. I'm going to pass. And so Miss Dowd went on to say that you're going to have to start drawing, because you come to class, you have a good time, and then when time for the project to happen, you walk in, you do the best project in the school. And so then Miss Corbett said, "And you're going to have to draw Macbeth, and you're going to draw for me." And then Miss Corbett was Black History, which was my favorite subject, said, "You're going to draw for me." So mind you, I think people need to understand, when people put things in front of you, before you react, you need to sit back and think, okay, how can I win? And so what I did, I went home, I didn't tell nobody. I said, okay, this is the deal. And in those days, when your teachers told you were going to do something, you did it. And so I decided late at night that I would draw for them. And then when I get to class early in the morning, I would go by their classes and hand out the artwork. I was doing pastel work at that time. And so did that the whole year. And so at the end of the year, you can imagine how much work I had. And so when the Lynx people came, I had enough work to go all the way down the hall. And so when they came, as a matter of fact, I was in the hall, but sometimes you need to know when to keep your mouth shut. The lady asked me, did I know Eric Kelly? I said, "No, ma'am, I don't know Eric Kelly." And I walked on down the hall, right? Because I knew that if I had to talk to that whole committee there, they would have said, "Your work is good, you did a good job, and we're glad you did your work." Because with all the schools that was there, this was the trophy for the best artist in the state of North Carolina. So I didn't want to taint it. I didn't want to be involved. And it really was the very first contest I ever got in. And so after that, I won the award, and they did a television thing on me in Durham. And then I started getting letters from everywhere. And then I ended up going to North Carolina Central University, because North Carolina Central at that time had the #1 Black artist in the world, in the country, not in the world, but in the country. And that's who I wanted to be up under.
All right, Miss Turner Williams, take a shot at Mr./Dr. Eric Kelly.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Attorney Larry Hall. Attorney, listen, you have said so much information in reference to the arts and education, and you've been an educator yourself, and development of the gentleman that you are today, the Dr. Eric Kelly III that you are today. How vital is it that we continue with the arts program in education to contribute to those that are up and coming entrepreneurs and business owners?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because that is how I got to where I'm at now. We're on a business platform. Once I went to North Carolina Central University and graduated, I asked while I was there, my counselor, what would I be able to do in art? I was headed to be an art teacher, and my counselor was telling me that an art teacher was not going to make a lot of money. And I was like, well, that's not what I want to do, not make a lot of money, because I was thinking of doing other things. And he also said that I could go into another field and write my own ticket. And so I went into advertising, because that's what was told to me, to write my own ticket. And I told this story some months ago, that last year, for the first time, I really felt sad about that decision, not because I was successful in business, but because sometimes I think that people miss out on leadership. And I could have kept my art going and probably been a very wealthy man, but I did a detour to go into business. And that detour, even though it was a detour to go into business, it still was a great detour because of the foundation of my family to push me to keep doing things. On the other day, I was telling people that my grandmother started the Black Business Expo. She came up with the idea and the thought and just said, this is what I want you to do. And because of education, I was able to do it. Having a scholarship in college, I'm going to tell you, I did 22 hours a semester. I treated college like it was high school. I took every class I could. So when people was walking around campus and people knew me, they knew me because either I was in their class, or they saw me in a class, or they saw me in a building they were in. And I think because when you are doing something, a lot of times you don't study what you're doing. I was studying in the library, and I read a book by one of the top advertising agencies, and it said advertising is the art of telling people what to think. And so when I heard that, the first thing I had to figure out was, okay, what are people about? And so not only did I do 22 hours in school, I was in about 24 or 25 organizations, either being the publicity chairman or being a president. Because my thing was, I know I'm going to get out of school, and I know I'm going to need leadership skills, and I know I'm going to need stuff to allow me to do things that maybe I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know I want to do something.
Well, as you got into advertising, and of course continued to do art, you had this advertising business, but at the same time, you were still in your soul doing art. And I wanted to talk briefly, or maybe not so briefly, but about the different eras of art and the different genres of art that you did over time, because you developed as an artist, and I saw some of those, I call them genres, and I'm not an art guy, so you'll probably correct me, but I know at one time you did a lot of historical sports figures. You did a lot of the Obama collection that you did, an extensive collection during the 8 years of the Obama presidency of the first family and the president. And I know you did a lot of African images. So from your viewpoint, from your experience, tell us about your travel through the art genres and where you are today. What are the projects you're working on now, and what can we look forward to?
Well, one of the things that people would say, and one of the things I say to guys who were artists when I was artists in high school, how can you stop drawing and painting? How can you, as an artist, when everybody don't get the skill, how can you just stop? And so while I was running my advertising agency, I still was drawing. You know, I thought about, did I want to do big figures? Did I want to do portraits? Or what did I really want to do? And so I settled in after I looked at Romare Beard and after I looked at Ernie Barnes. And, you know, it was a hard pill really to swallow in Durham if you was an artist, and Ernie Barnes was the artist out of Durham. So I had to think about, okay, if I draw, am I going to draw like Ernie Barnes? And then is Ernie Barnes' style going to engulf me and I'm not going to be an individual? So in my art, I began to do realism, abstract, and sculpture. And I fell into this historical moments piece of doing portraits. And I became a portrait artist. And so that has been something that I've been doing for years and years. And Larry, you've been to places with me where they presented an art piece that I did. And people always ask me, when do you have the time? And I always say, you always have time to do whatever you want to do. So both of these were parallel pieces that was going upward. And so as I was going upward, I would do art at night and I do some work. I do art at night and I do some work. It just never stopped. And it never dawned on me until now, when I look at the breadth of work that I've done, that I've done so much work. I have worked from my junior high school all the way up to now. And it's because of my great grandfather who said, don't just give my work away. And I've always protected my art in a way where if you're going to buy something, you got to pay for it.
Well, and let me just follow up on that, because for an Eric Kelly piece, and of course he's been a little modest about the numerous portraits he's been commissioned to paint, from famous entertainers to famous governmental officials that I'm aware of and have seen. And I know I've tried to secure a bargain on some of the Obama collection and was unsuccessful, I might add. So it is a top dollar collection, but certainly top images that you would want to get. So I just wanted to put that in there. Ms. Turner Williams, certainly the ball's in your court.
Absolutely. Thank you once again, Attorney Larry Hall. I believe he was being modest too in his work, because I've heard so much about Dr. Eric Kelly III and everything that he's contributed to the communities. So we definitely honor you on today, and we salute you for the things that you've done. You said some important key things about never giving up and about the resilience and the grit to pursue your goals and to pursue your dreams. You also talked about your art career versus the business. What do you say to those entrepreneurs and those business owners that have a passion and they don't know how to quite tie both of them into each other? What do you have for them?
Well, I think what has happened, and I want you to really hear what I'm saying here, people that are listening. I think what has happened, and I say this all the time, this world is made up for incompetent people to survive. And when I say that, what I'm saying is that we're told that we can only do art, or we're told that we can only do business. We're told that we can only do this and we can only do that. And we got a brain, and we only use about that much of our brain. Some people use the left side, some people use the right side, but we don't use all of our brain. But the thing we really don't use is all of our time. And what I would tell people is to take the time and do everything that you want to do and stop being a spectator. And what I mean by that, spending time with sports, spending time with television, spending time with frivolous things that don't amount to anything. Now, I'm not saying don't have a good time with your life, but if you say that your life is your life, then I say spend your life. And before we move any further, and I know time is probably going to go, I can talk all day. I did want to share with the public some of my work because we're talking about the work. Now it's time for us to kind of get a chance to see some of my work.
Absolutely.
And and the piece that we're going to see is the Barack Obama piece that Larry was talking about. We're going to see the Barack Obama collection that my mother came up with the idea. She walked by, she came to the house. I was doing the show for the Hayti Heritage Center, and she came by because she was working on the campaign and said, you got to do 3 Barack Obamas. I said, okay, not a problem. In my mind, I was going to take some work off my walls and take it to the Hayti because I got a lot of work. It's not new to me, but it would have been new to the audience. And so I drew those 3 pieces real quick, and I threw them to the side. I was not taking the show serious at all. And a week later, she came by and she said, you got to draw 44. And I said, what do you mean? He's going to be the 44th president. And you got to draw 44. I said, suppose he don't. And she looked at me when I suppose you don't part. And she said, you got to draw 44. And I said, Mama, I'll talk to Diane Pleasure, who was the director at the time, and see what she thinks. And so I rolled over there. I didn't want to do it. Draw one man 44 times. That was not a career decision for me. So I walk in the door and I'm talking to Diane, and I said, Diane, and I said it real low. I said, my mom was thinking of drawing Barack Obama 44 times would be a good show. She jumped out the chair. Mind you, I was probably a month and a half out before the show was supposed to be ready. And so she jumped out the chair, and I said, oh God, and I went home and I sat in my chair for 2 hours. And then I made a decision that I was going to draw Barack Obama, but I was going to draw it like 44 different artists drew Barack Obama. And so that's what you're going to see right now. That's just one of the videos of my work.
Wow. And I saw my favorite piece still in there. I presume it's still available. So I'm saving my coins or my bills, and I'm going to make a run at it again and try to make an offer for that particular piece. Any of them would be great, but there's one I have in mind, and I'm sure a lot of people have bid on it. So I'll be in stiff competition, but certainly beautiful and inspirational, and hope a lot of folks get a chance to visit the website and see it. Those folks who only saw it for the first time today get a chance to move through at their own pace and see that great work that you did. Dr. Kelly, your work is inspirational, and certainly you had a great figure to work from. Let's talk a little bit quickly about what the future holds for the Black Business Network, Black Business Expo, and what is going on in your mind for your vision for the future?
Well, the Black Business Network, I was on the phone, or the Black Business Expo. I am serious about this work of helping these students. I think sometimes people don't believe when you say it. You know, if you notice on this platform that we didn't have no sponsors, we didn't have no sponsorships, none of that stuff. But we are having people to donate. And right now, I would like to say all the people who've gone on the website to donate, thank you so very much. But the Black Business Expo started this way back in '89 to help business owners. And we had to pivot when all of this pandemic happened. And now that we're doing it virtually, we've decided that we're going to continue to do it virtually along with the Black Business Expo. And that's how the Black Business Network came up. You know, talks with my moms and my brothers. We talk about economic inclusion and how to get a part of this $1 trillion. And we figured that if we could some way open up a tube, or open up an alleyway, or open up a door for people to be able to communicate across the world together, then that's something that would help in building an ecosystem. And so what we've done, what we're planning in the future, is to have people from different parts of the country to do seminars and workshops. In other words, instead of it only being just Americans, or it only being people in the United States, we're going to have people from Germany, because there are Black people in Germany, and Black people in Russia, Black people in Canada, Black people in Brazil, and you guys get the tone, Black people all over. And so that's the future of what we're doing. You know, Kimberly McLean, who is our social media person, looked at our numbers. And our first day, we had 25,000 people. Our second day, we had 35,000 people. And we estimate that by the end of this thing, we're going to have about 100,000 people to see what we're doing. And I remember Ted Turner, and he was talking about doing a news network, and everybody said it wouldn't work, a 24-hour news network. And because I was in advertising, I just never forgot that. And I said, what if we had a 24-hour business network for Black people, entrepreneurs and business owners and thought leaders? How would that work? And so that's how we got here, and that's what the future looks like.
Wow. Well, Dr. Turner Williams, some more questions for Dr. Kelly?
This is just phenomenal. I just want the audience that's watching to be able to know, how can they purchase their artists, the work for Dr. Kelly? Where can they go to find all this wonderful information? Where can they put their bid in? Since everybody is fighting and bidding over it, where can they locate this information, and how can they get their piece? Because it's no need to go ahead on and wait till later years to go ahead on it. Get it now. And how can they do that? How can they get in touch with you to make sure that they have their one of their most valuable pieces of the Dr. Eric Kelly's collection? How can they do that?
And make sure you tell them that they want to make sure they want to bid on all the pieces except the one that Attorney Hall is supposed to be getting. So they want to bid on all the other ones, 43 other ones.
Well, one of the things that I would say to people, because again, you know, you can go to the Eric Kelly Museum.org, or you can go to erickkellymuseum.com. On the .com, you will find prints, T-shirts, mugs, cups, all that stuff. All the proceeds from my museum go to the Scholarship Foundation for the Black Business Expo, to go to the kids. Now, let's talk about real business. The originals. My original works, my pastels start at $4,000. My painting started at 10. So I always tell people what it is, because I don't want people to say, well, you did it, give it to me. Well, my great grandfather would be rolling in his grave if I were to give away talent. You know, I tell Black business owners, when we go to a restaurant, we go to other people's restaurants and they put a piece of lettuce on there, a piece of carrot, and a little piece of meat, and then they charge you $250, $300 for that meal, and you're not full. We pay it without asking questions. But a lot of times when you go to a black restaurant and that recipe has been handed down from slaves, it's been handed down from the next generation and the next generation and the next generation, then you don't want to pay that black restaurant. We have to begin to invest in and pay for what we get. And so that's just my little spiel on that, Larry. And the other thing that I like to say to you as we get ready to play the Human Landscapes, because I know you want to know, you ask, where is it now and where is it going? One of the things I was able to do by going through this process of keep drawing and keep looking at those great artists and looking for my space to fill my space, I created an art style that I'm going to present to you and present to the world at this time that is mine, you know. And when I say it's mine, it is mine. Now, if people start doing it after the day, I just want you to know it's still my creation. And my creation was to create a way to paint with emotion and with fear, without fear of how other people would think about it, but to express myself in an abstract way that will make you look at a piece and say, oh, by using color, lines, and texture. My artwork is pretty much a painted sculpture of paintings. It's a painted sculpture of paintings. I refer to it as abstract expressive. And we're going to go to this video, Mark, and we'll be right back. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. the subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show. Thank you.
All right. Well, very informative. And again, for a person who is not steeped in the art world, although in some music myself, not a professional entertainer, but certainly playing instruments, understanding how creative people value their work and put in so much time. And I personally had an opportunity to visit your studios sometimes when you were starting on a journey on a piece of art. You would work all night. I'd come back the next day and 2 or 3 pieces are done because the inspiration had hit you. But of course, you were wiped out that next day. But still, you were what we call on the jazz when you were producing those pieces. So it's great to see not just the different types of work, but the amount of consistency in producing that work and being at work on your craft. So I have to really give you props for that, for people who understand, and a situation where you've informed people to understand some of the complexities of Dr. Eric Kelly.
But one of the things that I wanted to do today is to share with our young people, because all of this was for my young people. I wanted them, because we do Zooms and I talk to these kids, I wanted to kind of flip the script on them to show them another side, because they should be able to explore all parts of their lives, not just because somebody told them they was going to be this or be that. There's no cap on what your life can be if you explore it. And what happens is we're backed into a corner of being something or doing something, when in reality, we should be asked to express ourselves on everything that we want to do.
Dr. Turner Williams.
We just want to thank you for being such a role model, an example to the youth of today, the youth of tomorrow. You definitely have been paving the way to let them know that anything is possible. You have to be determined. You have to make sure that you set aside that time, and you can't give up. And I love how you stated that regardless of what anybody else tell you, what do you think and what do you believe for yourself? So just being that role model and that example for so many, the youth, those in our communities, we thank you for all that you're doing. And thank you for allowing us in on a portion of your life. So we thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Well, one of the things that I say to people all the time, you just never know. And I'm sure many people that's on this platform never thought that I was an artist. Everybody that sit back and they see this whole Black Business Expo, they see the network, and they're sitting there saying, wait a minute, when does he have the time? And what I like to submit to everybody is this: you have the time. It just depends on what you decide to do with the time. You know, I was reminded when I was a young kid what my great grandfather said to me: time don't wait for nobody. You can't pay attention to it, you can't look for it, and you can't find it. Time waits for nobody. So the only thing you have is time, and you can use it or you can abuse it. And so those are kinds of things I will be hearing in my head, just like today. You know, one of the reasons that we're actually doing this, and it was not publicized, was because one of my speakers called me and she had an emergency. And so, you know, I was thinking of calling around and finding someone. And then one of my board members said to me, why don't you do something? You know, you give so much to so many. Why don't you give something? And that's why we're sitting here. And I want to thank Larry Hall and the good Dr. Turner Williams for being, you know, the navigators here today, because I called them kind of on short notice and said, would you come in and would you kind of carry me through this? Because what I did not want is for people to misunderstand that this is about the kids. And you know, I'm looking over there at my chat here, and some of my kids have just they don't start talking junk to me, calling me all kinds of names, saying it's not right, it's not fair. How do I have so much talent? And what I always say to people, it's not that people have so much talent, it's that you have time to do whatever you want to do. So do it.
All right. Well, you've heard it from, and I won't necessarily call you a Renaissance man, but you're a man of many talents and certainly a huge number of accomplishments, as we've seen today. The place to go to the EricKellyMuseum.com to see more of this work, to come to the website and, of course, make the pledges for the scholarships.
Yes.
To be about the future and bring our youth along and showing them that great example. Dr. Turner Williams, I think you would join me in saying great job and kudos to Dr. Kelly and all that he has done and continues to do. And we look forward to the 24-hour business channel. We're looking forward to being able to network and engage using that as a platform and a tool in the future.
Well, I want to thank both of you, but I'm going to let Ms. Turner, I know she had a few words. I don't want to cut her off. We have a few more minutes.
No, I was fine. I just wanted to say it was an honor to be up here with you, Dr. Kelly. Thank you for allowing me to share your platform along with Attorney Larry Hall. And I want to just encourage you to just continue to grow and continue to go, because it is about the youth and you are making a difference. So even long after you're gone, there's going to be a legacy for Dr. Eric Kelly III. There's going to be so much that each of you are leaving behind. So we want to thank you. And I just want to encourage those that to continue to support you with the scholarships that you're doing for our youth. And you're making college possible for so many that it was only a thought, it was only a dream. But because of what you're doing and the Black Business Expo, you're making it a reality in the lives of so many. So I want to challenge each of you out there to support with the Scholarship Foundation, with the Scholarship Fund, so we can make sure that we can send so many off to school, those that never even thought it was possible. All they had was a dream, but they had someone like a Dr. Eric Kelly that came along, that had a vision and a mission and said, you know what, we're going to do this thing together. So I encourage each and every one of you. Dr. Kelly, can you tell them how they can contribute to the Scholarship Foundation?
They can contribute to the Scholarship Foundation by going to Black Business Expo USA. That's www. Business Expo USA. And there's a scholarship button there. You can pay as little as $10. You can pay as little as $10. And I'm smiling because you guys know this phone will ring. It would not give me an hour. I was hoping I was going to get an hour. And I tell people all the time, this is the only TV where you can pick your phone up, because this is reality. The Black Business Network. Again, that was pretty cool. But you can go to www. Black Business Expo USA. And again, I want to thank both of y'all for coming on and helping me to share my story with everybody. And of course, you know what I'm going to say, Natasha. You know what I'm going to say, Natasha.
But wait, before you do, I too just want to say thank you for this opportunity to allow us truly to get up close and personal with you, because oftentimes people might become familiar with the business or the platform, but they don't know the background of how it got to the point that it's reached. And also as well, for Attorney Larry Hall and for Dr. Shamika Turner Williams, how can individuals get in touch with you as well?
Well, for me, they can contact me at LarryHall29@gmail.com. That's the best way to get me directly. LarryHall29, the number 29@gmail.com, or just search for me on LinkedIn to contact me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Natasha. You can contact me at Dr. Shamika at nextlevelcoaching-consulting.com. Once again, that's Dr. Shamika at nextlevelcoaching-consulting.com. And you should also contact me via at 919-336-4095. So thank you once again. And it was an honor to meet you also, Ms. Brooks.
Thank you so much. And I guess we'll end this segment with what Dr. Kelly stated. He said, listen, if you don't have a good foundation, you will find yourself lost in the sauce. Dr. Kelly, at this time, you now may say what, sir?
I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, God bless each of you. Thank you so much. We are going to continue on. We have another amazing guest coming right now. It is Dr. Veronica Hardy. She's actually going to enlighten us and inform us and educate us on the topic of entrepreneurship and trauma. But before she does, let me give you a little bit of background information on her. Dr. Veronica L. Hardy holds a PhD in counselor education and supervision, has a Master of Social Work degree and clinical social work licensure. She has multiple book publications, including The Process of Grief, the underrated form of self-care, and it's a workbook for helping professionals. She has an academic journal article focusing on racial equity in schools and child sex trafficking, as well as co-authored grants focusing on schools and trauma. She has served on professional community boards, including the North Carolina Social Work Certification and Licensure Board as Vice Chair, the United Way of Robeson County Board and Executive Committee, and the Journal of Social Work Values and Ethics, the Board of Copy Editors. Dr. Hardy is a professional consultant for the Anti-Human Trafficking Organization, Doing It for the Kingdom, and Human Trafficking Services team member for the North Carolina Youth Violence Prevention Center. She is the recipient of several acknowledgments for her civic contributions and teaching, such as the University of North Carolina at Pembroke nominee for the Board of Governors James E. Holshouser Jr. Award for Excellence in Public Services, the United Way of Robeson County Volunteer of the Year Award for Distinguished Service, Leadership, and Support to Robeson County, the Civic Excellence Award honoree awarded by my sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, with the Sigma Iota Omega chapter, and the University of North Carolina at Pembroke Outstanding Teaching Award. Dr. Hardy carries academic research and writing interests focused on trauma-informed practice, racial, and ability equity, as well as child sex trafficking. These interests have transitioned into the delivery of multiple trainings, peer-reviewed journal articles, and state, regional, and national presentations. And let me tell you, her involvement is too numerous to list them all. So at this time, allow us to welcome Dr. Veronica L. Hardy.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. You are phenomenal. You are phenomenal.
Listen, you made it easy because it was, a great list right there. So listen, you made my job easy and I look forward to learning from you. So at this time, I'm going to get out the way and guess what? I'll see you on the other side.
All right. So thank you so much to Ms. Brooks for that wonderful introduction. I'm just going to take a moment right now to share my screen with you. And like Ms. Brooks shared, I'm going to speak about entrepreneurship and trauma. And I just felt this was such a significant topic, especially for the Black Business Expo, because business persons, entrepreneurs have been stuck in the middle of multiple pandemics. So it's important for us to be able to understand what their experience is, as well as how to go about coping with that experience. So let me begin with, these are the areas that I want to introduce to you today about the impact of pandemics upon entrepreneurs, the relationship of the pandemics to trauma. What does trauma mean? And I certainly want to focus on post-traumatic thriving. And I want to end with a few words about it is time to push. But first, I always want to pause and encourage everyone to take action. On your computer right now, please visit blackbusinessexpousa.com, click on the scholarship tab, and be sure to contribute to the efforts, the purpose that underlies what we have been doing this entire week, focusing on developing scholarships, providing laptops for children, focusing on their future, opening a doorway for them to enter into college, and higher education. So just take a moment to go ahead and contribute to that cause. And at the same time, just throughout this talk, you may see some quotes, you may see some information from certain of my publications. One is called The Process of Grief, the Underrated Form of Self-Care. Feel welcome to visit my website to learn more about that publication, and also my newest publication called Becoming Untangled. You may also visit my website at drveronicahardy.com to learn more about that publication as well. So I want us all to take a little bit of time to get to know each other. So I invite you to post into the chat and identify what are 2 words that would describe how you are feeling today. For example, today I'm feeling excited and possibly a little tired. So how about you? What are 2 words that might describe how you are feeling today? And while you're doing that, I just wanted to take a moment to share this writing that I have for you. And it just says, consider this. There have been multiple worldwide pandemics, from COVID-19 to systemic oppression, resulting in a broad range of advocacy. During these pandemics, business owners have fallen in the middle and were unexpectedly affected through mandated closings, cancellations, needing to let go of valuable employees, loss of finances, looting, and destruction of their property. All of this has threatened or breached their sense of safety and security, both physically and financially, all resulting in significant losses. So how would loss be defined? From the process of grief, I have loss defined as it's a type of separation from an experience, an idea, an object, or a person of significance. So we think from the perspective of a business owner, an entrepreneur, and coping during the pandemic. There's been loss of business. There's been loss of employees. There has been loss of finances. There has been a loss of hopes and a loss of dreams. All of these which have held significance in that person's life. An entrepreneur has owned that role of creating, has owned the role of creating opportunities, employment for others, and loss, the pandemics, have disturbed that role. So crises, another reading for you. Crises, such as pandemics, conflict with our norms, our usual way of being. Crises overwhelm our usual coping skills that have worked for us in the past. Crises creep up on us when we seem to be unprepared and not knowing what to expect. Crises shake our foundation and pull us out of balance. Crises may cause us to become dysregulated, meaning difficulty managing our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Crises affect how we react to and interpret the world. Crises may result in us being traumatized. So what does traumatized mean? What is trauma? Trauma can be described as an actual or perceived life-threatening or life-damaging event. For example, robbery, pandemic, community violence. Now, what are some of the effects of trauma? Trauma can impair, inhibit, or hinder a person's ability to cope. In other words, that person's usual coping skills may not be effective in that moment of crises because it's new. They've never experienced these types of crises before. What else can happen? A person's senses are overwhelmed. They're overstimulated. The body and mind are sending messages of constant danger. So when experiencing these multiple crises, the senses are flooded. The body and mind starts to look for danger and is in a constant stance to respond to danger. So just imagine the impact on that person's thoughts, that person's health, that person's body, to be in a state of overstimulation. What else is the effect of trauma? Trauma can leave mental wounds. wounds of the mind, wounds in the thought, wounds in the emotions that result in biological responses, internal physiological responses, such as hyperarousal, also referred to as hypervigilance, looking for things, wondering, worrying, a constant state of worry and anxiety, an overactivated nervous system. A traumatic or crisis-related event can result in a traumatic response. A traumatic response is a long-term, multi-dimensional reaction to the memory of an event that overwhelmed the senses and threatened a person's sense of safety or overall life. Another way I like to say this is that a person is having a long-term emotional reaction to something that may have happened in the past. I just mentioned that trauma affects all of our dimensions, but what are those dimensions? I have just an example here. We have our mental dimension, our mind, our thoughts, our processing, where we store our knowledge and where we store the information that we collect, and where we store our memories, those memories of the trauma. We have our spiritual dimension, our source of hope, our source of purpose that can be dysregulated and lead us to start questioning. We have our emotional dimension, which again becomes dysregulated. It can fluctuate, and we may not know how to emotionally respond to certain situations. At times, we may over-respond with a sense of anger. At other times, we may have unexpected tearfulness, sadness, and hurt because of the losses that we have experienced and the challenging events that we have sought to navigate through. There's the social dimension, our interactions with others that can be affected. At times, we may seek to isolate or withdraw ourselves from others just to be alone and process our experiences. Then there's that physical dimension where we may also neglect ourselves, neglect our eating habits, neglect exercising, and just those daily self-care hygiene techniques. And then there's that biological dimension, our internal cells, where we keep ourselves in an overactive state, a state of anxiety, a state of worry that affects how we function internally. So again, trauma, damaging events, crises, pandemics, the loss of hopes, the loss of dreams, the loss of employees, the loss of business, again, the loss of finances, can affect all of these dimensions in our lives. In other words, it can be traumatic. So what is a trauma response? In other words, how do people respond to trauma? I always like to start by saying this, that trauma affects how the person views and navigates the world. In other words, trauma affects how we interpret what is happening around us. It affects how we interpret ourselves and our interactions with others, our interactions with the world, how we function in our business from here forward after navigating multiple pandemics. And when I say multiple pandemics, like I mentioned earlier, COVID-19, systemic oppression, lootings, robberies, etc., all of these can affect how someone navigates the world or even facilitates their business. So how does trauma affect how a person navigates their world? It can affect us in our mind through ruminating, recycling, replaying thoughts over and over and again. And no matter how hard you try to shut them down, they keep pressing their way back in. And they seem uncontrollable and disturbing. So thoughts that a person may recycle or ruminate on may have connection to that crisis that has happened. So if someone's business was looted, if the business was robbed, broken into, destroyed, those are all very traumatic events. And just imagine someone being stuck in a cycle of replaying those concerns and those fears in their mind and thinking, what's the future going to hold? Trauma affects a person because the person may start creating barriers around themselves, because trauma breaches our safety. It breaches our sense of security. It breaches everything that we may have known. And now a person may work hard to recapture that sense of safety, to recollect themselves, to reset themselves, and take steps, sometimes by any means necessary, to feel a sense of control again. And sometimes it can lead to isolation. Rather than stepping outside again or going back into the business place again, it feels safer for me to stay home. I feel more comfortable. I feel safe here. So in other words, the person's world may get smaller. A person may seek to avoid re-experiencing thoughts of what happened. In other words, the person will avoid triggers, anything that can make me think about or remember what happened. I have here, it says, for example, unconsciously thinking, what can I do to keep from re-experiencing, of rethinking, of recycling, of ruminating on that memory, on that traumatic event? What can I do? And with that comes a sense of avoidance, staying away from people, places, things, the news on TV, newspaper articles, anything that brings memories back up. So the person puts steps in place to be cautious, to not be exposed to triggers, things that may lead them to re-experience those emotions again. Because the first time they experienced those emotions, they did not know how to respond. Remember, their usual coping skills weren't effective. It overwhelmed their senses. And now there's this sense of fear. So like I put here, it says an individual may associate business with harm, loss, hurt, and inadequacy, especially if their business experienced after effects of pandemic-related violence. So of course, during this talk today, I have to address post-traumatic stress disorder. And then another term that's newer is called complex trauma. Many of the statements that I made earlier are reflective of symptoms, what someone may experience internally of post-traumatic stress disorder. In other words, after a traumatic event has happened, these are the types of reactions that someone may experience. But this newer term is called complex trauma. And this refers to when someone has been exposed to multiple traumatic, stressful, anxiety-provoking events without a moment to even catch their breath, reset, refocus, or even to develop new coping skills. So yes, many people have experienced complex trauma during this period, 2020 into 2021, multiple pandemics, multiple deaths, multiple losses of businesses, senses of uncertainty and loss of hope. So I just want to say to you, please note, this presentation is not for counseling purposes. I always encourage people, if you find yourself experiencing this, or if you find yourself at a sense of overwhelm, please pursue professional help. And we will talk more about that in just a minute. Explore the root of your reactions. So what I want us to do is understand the purpose of our reactions and what underlies them. Our reactions are our way of coping. Sometimes we're aware of those reactions and sometimes we're not aware of those reactions. It may seem as if they just come out in the moment. So just pay attention to your reactions are a way of coping. But what are your reactions responding to? This next point says each reaction serves a purpose and addresses a need. Again, your reactions are a way to cope, they serve a purpose, and they address a need. But it is important to understand what is the need in that moment that that reaction is responding to. So in that moment, are you hurting? In that moment, are you having what is referred to as a flashback or a memory of the event and you're trying to block it out? In that moment, do you just want someone to listen to you? Do you just want to purge your words? So again, what need is that reaction responding to. It is important to be able to identify what you are experiencing internally, to be able to identify what your specific needs are, so you can start developing ways of coping that can be healthy. I have this point here that says it is important to determine if your coping skill is one that is healthy and adding to your life, or one that is unhealthy and detracting from your life. For example, a coping skill, an unhealthy one, where you may be developing a dependence. And when I say dependence, that can be an addiction through alcohol, substances, gambling, and other types of behaviors. And oftentimes when we experience a trauma and we feel dysregulated and off balance, and an overwhelming sense of loss and breach of our safety and sense of security, sometimes many of us will do what we need to do, or do what we can grasp onto to not experience those feelings. But we have to pay attention. Is the coping skill that we're latching onto, is that drawing us down deeper and pulling us further away of who we are and who we want to be? So explore the root of your reactions. Next, recovery and post-traumatic striving. I have that symptoms may occur immediately following the event, and they can last a lifetime. So I want to be honest about that. When you're exposed to crises, when you're exposed to multiple pandemics as we have worldwide, the symptoms can lead to a traumatic response, and it may last a lifetime. However, I do have here that recovery, what I like to refer to as post-traumatic thriving, is possible. It is possible, but we have to put the work in for it to be possible in our individual lives. Like I've written, it said recovery depends on multiple factors, including the uniqueness of the individual and the timeliness of professional help. So time matters. Well, what's the purpose of professional help, and what can professional help do for me? Professional help can support you in recognizing your triggers. What are those people, places, things, situations that lead you to remember, that lead you to push yourself back into a sense of isolation and avoidance and making your world smaller? What are those triggers that affect you in those multiple dimensions that I shared earlier? Professional help can help you to identify defense mechanisms. In other words, ways that you put up, these other ways of coping where you feel like you're able to defend yourself. Sometimes those defense mechanisms can come out as anger. They can come out as frustration. They can come out as humor, making jokes when you're actually hurting. So you have to think, are these defense mechanisms really helping me, or are they keeping me in a stuck place called trauma? What else can professional help do? It can help you understand and regulate your body. One thing that one of my medical doctors taught me is to listen to my body. Symptoms are not to be ignored. Symptoms are your body speaking to you. They are telling you what is happening internally, and they are bringing your attention to what red flags may exist within you. So pay attention to your body, listen to your body. What is it speaking to you? If you feel bound and tight, if you feel these unexpected angry episodes, if you feel like you want to withdraw and avoid and isolate yourself, if you feel you are overeating or undereating, not sleeping, waking up in the middle of the night with nightmares, your body is speaking to you. And it's important that you begin to understand what it means, and then how to go about responding. The third point I have here is that professional help can support you in integrating social supports. And when I say social supports, that can be organizations, that can be people, and that can be a person, one trusted person that you trust. I often encourage people that you don't have to share your story with everybody. You can spend time Spend time sharing your story and processing with one trusted person. That trusted person may be a professional. That trusted person may be someone at your faith-based institution, your closest friend, or a family member. All of these represent social supports. And that social support can step up and lift you up when you feel as if you are in a period of weakness. For example, when you have difficulty focusing and navigating and dealing with or coping with your environment, or even determining what are the next steps that I could take with my business, that support system steps in and helps you to navigate your thoughts, to support you to figure out your next steps. So these are some of the areas where professional help can be very supportive. So I have here just a little poem I wrote that I pulled a title from the book Becoming Untangled. And it says, "It is time to push." And I just want to share this with you. It says, to heal means to push out the effects of crises, to push out distractions, to push out anxiety, to push out the things that may be hindering you from re-envisioning what your business and your life can be. There is strength in vision. It is time to push. So let's take a moment to speak about post-traumatic thriving and the importance of creating your vision. And I want you to hold that in your head, post-traumatic thriving. This means the possible growth and gains after a traumatic experience. So I want you to take a moment to self-assess and ask yourself the following questions. What has been your most significant business-related loss during the pandemics? Just take a moment to think on that. What has been the most significant loss related to your business during the pandemics? Next, what has been your most significant business gain during the pandemic? Your most significant business gain during the pandemics. Next, as a business professional, what new insights have you gained about yourself during the pandemics? In other words, what have you learned about you? Number 4, how can you build upon those new insights, which I also refer to as strengths? How can you build upon those strengths, the new information that you have gained about yourself and your resiliency to help you move forward in 2021? In other words, how can you apply your learning? And finally, what is one step you can take before this expo ends tomorrow on Sunday to move forward? So I challenge you right now and in this moment to identify in your mind what is one step that you can take before this expo ends tomorrow to start moving forward in your 2021. So what I want to do now as I begin to draw to a close is I want us to take a moment to reset. And because I am a licensed clinical social worker, when we talk about issues such as trauma, when we talk about issues such as grief or loss, oftentimes it can conjure up emotions that may linger with us throughout the rest of the day or even the next few days to come. So whenever I bring up subjects of these, I am sensitive to whoever may be listening, to whoever may be exposed to these talks. And I choose not to just let you sit in those emotions, but to integrate ways where you can transition out and have some type of relief in the moment. So right now, I want us to take a moment to reset, and I invite you to participate with me if you feel like you are in a place of safety and comfort to do so. This activity I would like us to engage in to reset is called a grounding activity. and you hear the core of the word grounding is ground. And when I think of the word ground, I think stability, I think foundation. And oftentimes when we are in a place of trauma, thinking of trauma in our thoughts, our minds go to the past, and sometimes our mind goes to the future. So with grounding, the intent is to bring you into the present, to pull you back into the present so you can catch your breath, reset, refocus, and organize your thoughts. So that's the purpose of this grounding activity that I want to share with you right now, to reset and draw you back into the present moment. So I invite you to participate in this with me. And if you feel you're in a place of safety and comfort, I invite you to just close your eyes and listen to the sound of my voice. So first, what I want you to do is to find a comfortable position, whether that position is sitting in a chair, on a couch, on the bed, standing against a wall, laying down on the floor, laying down on the bed or other surface. But I would like for you to find a comfortable position. And please feel welcome to take your time. And while you're in that position, I want you to notice how your back may be making contact with the chair, the sofa, the floor, the wall, the earth. Now, if you are sitting, I want you to bring attention to your seat and how you're making contact with it, with the sofa, the chair, the bed. I want you to notice how your thighs, your legs, and then your feet are making contact with that solid surface. Notice how your feet may be making contact with the ground. As you're in this comfortable position, I want you to start to tune into, pay attention to any pleasant and comforting sensations that may be taking place in your body. I want you to take your time. I want you to notice your breathing. Notice your heart rate. Notice your muscles as they relax. If while you're sitting or laying or standing there, any uncomfortable thoughts or uncomfortable sensations come up, I want you to shift it back to a pleasant place, to thoughts and sensations that are comfortable, relaxing, and pleasing to you. And as you are shifting yourself back to comfortable thoughts, comfortable sensations, once again, I want you to pay attention to your breathing, your heart rate, and your muscles relaxing. I want you to stay right there and notice the comfort and notice those pleasant sensations or emotions. And as we now start to draw to a close and you begin to come back, I want you to bring your full attention to any and all sensations that are comfortable and pleasant. And if you could rejoin me now. And I hope that was relaxing for you. And you can always feel welcome to post in the chat what that experience may have been like for you. But at this point, I just want to thank you for your time and to close by sharing some information about me. Like Ms. Brooks said in the beginning, my name is Dr. Veronica Hardy. So you can see I use that as my identifiers for several areas of my social media. So feel welcome to visit my website if you would like to learn more about me. It is drveronicahardy.com, and you will also be able to have access to my books, the links to order the books. I have one book sitting behind me called Becoming Untangled. I also have The Process of Grief, a workbook designed for helping professionals to be able to process grief and their own losses while they have been on the front lines. And I also have my very first publication, which is called A Letter to My Sisters, Reflecting on God's Promises, which is more of a spiritually based writing. I can also be found on YouTube. My channel is under Dr. Veronica Hardy, where I also provide a video series called Becoming Untangled. And the thought behind Becoming Untangled focuses on issues that we may need to become untangled, set free, or loosed from in our lives. So I've had phenomenal guests on there so far, speaking about everything ranging from grief to generational trauma. And I'm also on LinkedIn, and I'm also on Facebook. But I always like to close with acknowledging the whole reason and the underlying purpose of the Black Business Expo, which is to help support children, adolescents who have that dream of pursuing higher education. So I do challenge you right now, wherever you are at, to please go to blackbusinessexpousa.com, click on that scholarship tab, and please donate. So once again, I just thank you for your time today. I thank you for participating in this presentation. And my hope is that you'll be able to walk away and apply this to you. And that if you have experienced trauma resulting from the multiple pandemics that have happened from 2020 into current 2021, that this information will be beneficial to you, that you will be able to apply it to your own life. So thank you again, everyone, for your time.
Wow. Listen, thank you so much, Dr. Hardy. That information was so needed and necessary.
Thank you
if
so
never
much.
before, especially for this time. And I love how, again, your discussion focused on the impact of pandemics upon entrepreneurs, the pandemics in relation to trauma, the definition and impact of trauma, the definition of post-traumatic thriving. I like the word thriving, and reference to it is time to push. And even if we take a moment and reflect on how you just had us to actually pause to reset, how pivotal that was, because you could have just put it out there and said, this is something you need to do. But we all know in the hustle and the bustle, people will not make time to do it. So just that intimate moment right then and there, it actually took me back to my son. I've gotten him into, my goodness, sometimes going to bed, like after we pray, he actually enjoys me turning on soaking music. So just calm, nature sounding instrumental music, even to go to bed. I know for me, I even have my candle behind me. People probably cannot see it, but I do things like even within the shower, just keep the lights off, just take a moment.
Yes. And we need to train ourselves to do that, because oftentimes we will not intentionally do it because busyness consumes us. So my hope, just like you have your candle, like you like your showers and the soft and dark light, and the peacefulness, and your son likes the music, we need to be intentional about integrating ways of peace and ways of controlling our own minds into our lives so we're not consumed by what is happening around us.
That's exactly right. And sometimes we get caught up in cliches and statements, but when people say, just breathe, we don't need to just say it. We need to show it through our actions of really stopping and really taking the chance to inhale and to exhale.
Right. Our life needs to represent that breath. It needs to represent, and that breath is that pause. And our breath is our source of life. Without that oxygen, we would not be sustained. So we need to have those pauses to inhale, examine what's going on around us, reset ourselves, refocus, and then step back out in the world.
Absolutely. And I loved your diagram that had the various dimensions as well, focusing on the mental, the spiritual, the emotional, social, the physical, and the biological. I love the definitions as well, because you stated that when it comes to trauma, it's an actual or perceived life-threatening, damaging event. Oftentimes people don't get that perceived aspect of the definition.
Correct. About damage happening to them. And we can all reflect on 2020 and think about what was on the news the entire year. We experienced the loss of Kobe Bryant, we experienced the pandemic. We experienced the systemic oppression. All on the news. It seemed like 24 hours a day. And although we may be sitting in our own homes listening to it, we may not even realize that we're being traumatized as a result.
Absolutely. And also with the word loss, you went into loss wasn't just about death per se, but it was about the loss of businesses, the finances, the employees having to be let go, the loss of dreams, and the loss of hope.
Yes, because oftentimes people think, like you mentioned, the two primary types of losses that we're familiar with are death and divorce. Many of us have been exposed to that, but there are well over 40 types of loss. And dreams, the path that we have set our life on, and for that to be taken away, and for business owners to help supply other people's lives through jobs, and now that sense of failure and shame that I can't provide this for someone else's family and I can't provide it for mine, those are significant losses.
Absolutely. And even within the area, when you referenced post-traumatic stress disorder, I know sometimes because of things that we've seen in the media in the past, it's getting a little bit better, but oftentimes people associate PTSD with just those that served in the war, or occasionally those that have been sexually assaulted, but it's beyond that.
It's so far beyond that. And it's understandable. Our veterans, our service members, definitely that post-traumatic stress disorder. I mean, to me, it can be unimaginable what some of them have experienced and seen. But also, there are some of those individual experiences. There's rape. Again, there's community violence that happens. I'm here in the Lumberton, North Carolina area where we've experienced two floods, which resulted in losses of homes. There was loss of life. So now every time it rains excessively, guess what happens? There are people who have reactions. So yes, just in our daily lives, we can be exposed to traumatic events. And oftentimes it can be a crisis that someone else may not view as a crisis, but it's a crisis to this unique individual.
Absolutely. And you also spoke about complex trauma, which was experiencing multiple traumas. I did not know that term. And that was going to be a question that I had for you. What is that? But you spoke about that.
Mm-hmm. And I was mentioning how there's post-traumatic stress disorder. And as a clinical social worker, that's a diagnosis. And complex trauma hasn't made the diagnosis level yet. But I feel like it's on its way, because a person can experience back-to-back traumas, back-to-back crises and events in their lives, and not even have a moment in between to respond or reset or to even learn how to cope. So just imagine. And another area that I tend to speak about is child sex trafficking. And with child sex trafficking, that's being raped multiple times in one day. That's complex trauma. So we need to become familiar with that term of how that's happening to many of us, whatever that trauma or crisis event may be in our lives.
And even when it comes to children, since you directed there,
Mm-hmm.
even when I think about it, I'm a former special education teacher for the public school system. And so I dealt with students with, different disabilities and behavior problems, but sometimes I feel like there were misdiagnoses, to be quite honest. I really do. For some of those students. And especially when you look at the makeup of several of our school systems, the school counselors cannot counsel. We're focused on testing and getting students into colleges and universities. And so, the students are with the teachers and the school system as the whole majority of the day.
Yes.
When they get home, their parents may be there or their guardians may be there, may not be there. It's tons of homework. You're lucky if you get a meal, and you're trying to quiet your brain to go to bed. Don't let it be a culture situation, because then you just deal with it. And people often say, oh, children are resilient. No, well, in one capacity they are, but no, they grow up to be broken adults. So what do you recommend, perhaps maybe even on the personal family level, that individuals can maybe start to do right now, even if it's just one question that they can ask?
Yes, Ms. Brooks, you're sounding like me today. When I think of our youth, and part of my history is working in residential treatment facilities with youth from urban environments. And
Wow.
oftentimes they had certain diagnoses, but I would question, does that diagnosis really capture their experience? Because that urban environment often reflected only one parent is in the home. There may be shootings out in the street. There may be multiple losses, or they may have been sent the message that you're not going to survive past the age of 18. So with all of those messages, how is a child supposed to navigate life? So what I would encourage people to do is to pay attention. Pay attention. We are the adults. We have the ability to speak. We have the ability to observe. Children are often still in their growth process and may not have the language yet to capture what they are experiencing. So we have to pay attention and capture and give words to what they are experiencing. So we have to check on their lives and their minds, and not just assume, oh yeah, they saw that shooting, but they're okay because they're not saying anything. They may not be saying anything because they don't have the language to say it, or they haven't been trained up or had models to show them how to speak about their grief and loss. So as adults, we have to be models. We have to pay attention, and we have to give them the words to help navigate their experiences.
Absolutely. And when you reference the word grief, I was just in a training the other day at my institution, High Point University, and they were talking about, the instructors were like, oftentimes people say grief is just the stages of DEPTA, right? The denial, the anger, the bargaining, depression, acceptance. And they're like, no, people might go through those things, but grief is an experience. And I think you even alluded to some of the trauma that it might last a lifetime, but we're trying to learn how to put in appropriate coping mechanisms to help build us up. And I think my question would be, for those who may have a friend or a loved one who has experienced trauma, how can we best support them?
I love that question. And even that you identified how people view grief. Grief can be a lifelong process, because remember, there's a significant loss that has taken place. And when someone or something of significance is removed from our lives, we have to make multiple shifts and adaptations, from the time we cook breakfast to the clothes we wear to the smell that's in the air. So everything is a trigger. So something that is important, oftentimes we have the phrase of, I'm so sorry for your loss. And sometimes that phrase may not seem warm depending on who the person is, but we understand the intent of people saying that phrase. Oftentimes we don't know how to respond, but it is important to check on people. Every now and then I may just send, even if a coworker experienced a loss, I'll just put checking in. I'll just put checking in. How are you feeling? Sometimes we will say to people, I'm here if you need me, call me, but we don't want to put it on the person who's grieving to do the work to call you. You check in, call them. Like I mentioned in the presentation, the support system's supposed to rise up when we feel like we're falling down. So it's important for us to rise up and check in on those needs, whether it's making something to eat, just sitting with someone and being silent, pausing with them, or even taking them through the exercise of grounding, and just realizing if someone is escalating and what will it take to help them reset and refocus.
There's a question, what do you say to people who don't understand the grieving people have even with their pets?
Yes, pets are also a significant loss, and those who do not see a great value in pets, they may not understand that, but pets, they're beings, they're comforts, they're a support system as well. And that's someone that person was pouring their life into, a being that they fed, a being that they took care of, a being who jumped up and down when that person walked through the door. Now imagine that is gone. Now your whole life is shifted, and now you're working to adapt to the absence of that. which is hard and it's such a process. So yes, the loss of pets, again, anything of significance in that person's life, a person may grieve.
Absolutely. It was also stated that oftentimes individuals who are experiencing some type of form of grief or loss, they want to talk about the thing or the person over and over again, far beyond the time that someone who's listening has the patience for.
That is so true. And
so
that
sometimes they shut down then because they feel like they're going to bother someone.
You said it right there. Someone will shut down because I feel like I'm bothering this person, or they're assuming that that person's facial expression means they don't want to listen to me anymore. Oftentimes people will communicate if they don't want to be bothered, because what do? We fade out of the picture, or we stop answering the phone. But we do make that assumption that I'm talking about this too much. But let's understand that was a significant change in that person's life. There's a presence that's no longer there. There's a presence that's absent. So now all I have is to be able to talk and to remember.
And you know what? At the end of the day, us taking that moment to being a supportive person might help fill them with love, as opposed to them having to go fill that void with alcohol or pornography or violence.
You got it.
You have to keep in mind, you may be a little uncomfortable. Maybe you are tired of hearing it because you don't have that connection. But at the end of the day, is it really going to cost you what it could really be costing them if they did not have you?
Exactly. Be that support system. Help lift the person up so they don't latch on to unhealthy coping skills. Like we mentioned, things that can lead to a sense of dependence, addiction, that can drag them down even further, where they end up not even responding to the loss anymore. They're withdrawing and avoiding. And we don't want that.
We don't want that. As we draw this to a close, let's say there are individuals that say, hey, I want to refer someone to professional services, or I would like to go by myself. However, maybe they don't have insurance. Are there free resources available? How do they even go about researching things of that nature?
So I'll start with, say, if they do have insurance, there is a number, usually on the back of their cars, a behavioral health number. They can start there because some of those providers may have what's referred to as a sliding scale.
Okay.
Based on that person's income. And some may even provide what is referred to as pro bono services as well. I often encourage people to visit places like here in Robeson County. We have the United Way that can connect people with services in the community too, nonprofit services. So there can be multiple ways to do that. But I think, like you're mentioning too, we just have to start and we have to make that decision of reaching out.
Wonderful. And an app that I was just given a few days ago for healgrief.org. It's a free app, AMF app, and it's communities of like-minded individuals, specifically after a death or loss. It deals with grief awareness, spotlights, professionals network. There's different little communities, so people could download that if needed. And I would encourage various organizations, be it churches or beyond, to actually have your individuals go through a mental health aid certification process. It was one of the greatest things I did. And one of their mottos is make mental health aid certification, make it as common as CPR.
Perfect. Because we give a lot of attention to the body, the medical field and part of us. But when it comes to this right here, which is the storage of everything, our thoughts, our knowledge, everything that comes into us, there's stigma around it. We need to keep this well. So I appreciate that you even said that. Thank you.
Thank you again. And before you leave us, unfortunately, because we could talk all day because it's such a vital topic, can you please remind the individuals watching, how can they follow you and or get in touch with you?
Absolutely. I have my website, which is drveronicahardy.com. On there, you can see different links to my book publications. My recent one is called Becoming Untangled, which launches on Monday, March 1st. Also, my email address is dr.veronicahardy@gmail.com. And I'm also on LinkedIn and Facebook.
Well, again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service, and thank you for what you do, and continuous blessings.
Absolutely. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so, so very much. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Listen. You just heard from Alexis, one of the scholarship recipients. Yes, please at this time, go to the website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Now listen, I believe in the principle of sowing and reaping. Place that great financial seed. Bless the life of a wonderful student so that they can have access and opportunities to higher education. So at this time, we're going to make a transition. I would like to thank the partners, Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners and Black Leaders Worldwide, Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associate, and Dr. Donetta Watson of the National Mastermind Group, as well as the Black Business Expo Board. Again, let's go ahead and keep this day going. Our next guest is none other than Angelica Norton, and she will be speaking to us on the topic of defeating the poverty mindset. Angelica Norton is a highly recognized speaker, author, and serial entrepreneur. She is a professional trainer and facilitator for agencies and organizations serving children and families in poverty. Ms. Norton began her entrepreneurial career in 2007. Since then, her innovative methods caught the attention of many organizations such as Big Brothers Big Sisters, Department of Juvenile Justice, Hillsborough County Schools, and AMI Kids. Ms. Norton has designed and delivered trainings to over 1,500 professionals working with the social service arena. She developed the Poverty Experience, a simulation where participants experience what it's like to live a day in the life of someone experiencing poverty. Her Understanding Youth and Families in Poverty training has been written in publications such as the Tampa Tribune. Angelica's contribution to helping others understand the dynamics of poverty, and with the right resources and support, they would choose to work towards building a better life. Her dedication to helping others to escape the grips of poverty is her life work and mission. Without further ado, let's bring forth Miss Angelica Norton.
Hi, Natasha.
Hello, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. It's been an eventful day. I am good.
It has. So listen, you take it away and I'll see you on the other side.
On the other side. Okay. Hi, everyone. I thought long and hard about how I was going to deliver the message that's in my heart. But then I thought, with everything that's happening in the world right now, people are hurting. Essential workers are trying to make ends meet. People are robbing Peter to pay Paul. So I thought to myself, I don't want to just talk about me. I don't want to talk about how I was able to overcome poverty and share a feel-good story to move people. or to inspire people and to motivate people. That's a good thing. But I wanted to actually give people tangible steps that they can take, that they can begin applying now to change their life and to make a better future for themselves. So as you sit back, this may not be information that you may need, but I'm sure that you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who needs it. So let's go. Let's get started. Defeating the poverty mindset. I have 8 key components when it comes to defeating the poverty mindset. First and foremost, give yourself permission. You want to give yourself permission to be fruitful, to multiply, to replenish, to subdue, and to dominate. Those are the entrepreneur guidelines, strategies when it comes to entrepreneurship. And that's exactly what God had given to me. So the first thing you want to do is give yourself permission. And to be fruitful simply means to produce. Give yourself permission to be productive. On the other side of poverty is a person who is not productive. You want to give yourself permission to be productive. You want to give yourself permission to multiply whatever it is that you create, because productivity is basically creativity. So you want to give yourself permission to multiply whatever it is that you produce and whatever it is that you create. Then you want to find a way to replenish what you have multiplied. Then you want to subdue it and then dominate in it. Apple has proven this strategy to be true, and so many others. Apple created a product. They were productive and they were creative. And from that creativity, they multiplied it from the iPhone to the iPad to the iPod. Then they replenished it, they subdued, and they are one of the dominating brands in the industry. So you have to give yourself permission. Second, you want to break out from the pack. I know you love your family. I know that you love your friends. But sometimes, Lisa Nichols said this best when she said the best thing that she could have done was not stay. That's the best thing that she could have done for her friends and family, was to not stay where she was, to not remain stagnant and complacent in the place that she was if she wanted more. So you have to break out from the pack. You may have to leave some people behind temporarily. It's not farewell. It's until I see you again. So while you're giving yourself permission, you have to be willing to break out from the pack, because all it takes is one person to believe in themselves, to give themselves permission, to believe that they deserve better, to go in search of more. And then once you break out from that pack, you'll encourage and inspire others to do the same. So step 2, break out from the pack. Number 3, you have to see it. You have to see it. And I'm not saying with your eyes, it's with your mind. You have to imagine that thing. You have to imagine what it is that you want. What does better look like to you? What does greater look like to you? What does more look like to you? Imagine that thing. And it's not with the natural eye, but it's with the mind that you form your vision of what it is that you want to see. Seeing is believing. When you can see, you can do what others can't do. You can go where others won't go. And you can accomplish what others can't accomplish. You need to be able to see it. You need to be able to imagine it. Steve Jobs imagined Apple. The owner of Tesla imagined it. The owner of Amazon, Bezos, all of them imagined it. So you have to see it and you have to imagine it so you can do what no one else is doing. If you can see it, you can achieve it. But if you cannot see it, you cannot possess it. And I repeat that. If you cannot see it, you cannot possess it. You need to see where you are going. The imagination is the place where you design that roadmap. And that is how you begin to form your sight. Once you see it, you speak it, and you go after it. A lot of people cannot overcome poverty, defeat the poverty mindset, because they cannot see it. They have not formed something outside of their normacy, outside of the four walls of their communities. I was the same way at one point, growing up in the housing projects. It was really hard. I saw a lot of drugs. I saw murder. I saw too much at a young age. But I had a choice. I can fall victim of my environment, or I can choose to imagine something better, something greater. And that's what I chose to do. Also, I want you to this is a side note for you, be aware of distractions. They're designed to blind your mind. They're designed to blind your mind and prevent you from going after what you see, what you have envisioned actually formed in your imagination. So you want to make that a side note. Beware of distractions. Number 4, renewing your mind. This is very important. Your feet cannot take you where your mind has never been. Renewing the mind is so vital to defeating the poverty mindset, to defeating any aspect of poverty. You have to renew the mind. But first, you have to give yourself permission to be fruitful, to multiply, to replenish, to subdue and dominate. Then you have to break out from the pack. All it takes is one person to believe in themselves, one person to dream, one person to want more, one person to go after more, to move out of their comfort zone and decide they're not going to become a victim of their environment and pursue more. The next thing, you have to see it. Your imagination is the place that you begin to form your vision, imagining more, wanting more. Number 4, renewing your mind. Number 5, meditate. God tells us to meditate on his word day and night. When we meditate, it's a God-given process that causes a permanent change in our thinking. It's a God-given process that causes a permanent change in our thinking. So it's vitally important for you to meditate. Now that you can see, now that you have thought about what it is that you want. You want to be a millionaire. I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to graduate law school. I want to be the first generation college student in my family. I want to become a doctor. Now that you've imagined what it is that you want, now you have to meditate on that thing day and night. Meditate on it. Meditate on it. Meditate on it day in and day out. Meditation brings clarity. You'll begin to see clearly of exactly what it is that you need to do. You'll be able to plan with intent. You'll be intentional about setting your goals. You'll be intentional about your vision, even your vision boards. You'll begin to create action steps. This is what meditation does. It helps grant you clarity. The clearer the picture, the faster the acceleration towards what it is that you're believing and seeing. And I'll repeat that. The faster the clearer the picture, the faster the acceleration towards what you're believing and seeing. It's so important that you meditate on it and get that clarity. I remember let me tell you a quick story. I'm a high school dropout. I'm second oldest of 7 children, born and raised in the housing projects. I was considered broke, busted, and disgusted. I had no clue what I was going to do with my life. I had 3 young children, and I'm trying to figure out where in the world is a high school dropout going with 3 children. Where am I going? I am stuck here for the duration of my existence. I have messed up. I have fallen short. That's the way that I thought. I had to renew my mind. I had to renew my mind. First, I gave myself permission. Hey, go see what else is out there. Dream. I broke out from the pack. I walked away from Section 8 after only 2.5 years on Section 8. And I went to my caseworker and I said, listen, I don't want this anymore. I remember her looking at me like, what in the world are you going to do? And I said, I don't know, but it has to be more. I remember the way she looked at me, the way it sounded. I remember like, I want to take it back, but it was too late. I knew that I deserved better. I had to break out from the pack. I had to break out from a system that was holding me captive, that was suppressing my dreams, that had my purpose buried in the midst of all of it. I had to let it go. I had to break out from the pack. The next thing I did, I started imagining a life, a different life. I started to think about where I could be in a year, where I could be in 3 years. What do I need to do? How can I prevent this from happening to my children? What can I do, Lord? How do I right this wrong? How do I not become a failure? How do I not fall victim to society? How do I not become the things that people spoke over my life? They said I'll be a baby maker. They said I'll never amount to nothing. How do I erase what others are saying about me? How do I not live up to their expectations, but define my life for me? How do I do that? And this is what you have to do for yourself. That's why I felt it was so imperative that I give and offer tangible steps on how I did it. Because someone needs to hear it. Someone needs to know that where you are is not your final destination. Someone needs to hear it from someone who's lived it. A single mother, a young single mother of 3 children, ages 1, 2, and 3. And I mean, they are steps, they're steps. Somebody needs to hear that it ain't over. Somebody needs to know that you're more than where you are right now. You're better. And that's why I'm here. And I want someone to share this with someone who needs it. That's why in the opening remarks, I said, you may not need it, but you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who do. So these tangible steps are going to be life-changing and life-altering for someone. So now that we've meditated on this thing, and once the vision becomes clear, the faster the acceleration towards what we're believing and seeing, this is where we need to be. Now we need to not live on the leftovers. And what I mean by not living on the leftovers is not hang on to the system, not hold on to systematic mindsets, not hold on to things that are in place to keep you bound, things that remind you of where you once were. In my book, Divorce and Poverty, I share when I entered my first year of college and being first generation college student to attend a four-year university at the age of 40. I remember writing in my book and sharing how poverty followed me to college. It was refusing to let me go. It was constantly in my ear. You don't belong here. You don't belong here. Look where you come from. All of these people, they're smarter than you. All of these people, they're already ahead of you. What are you doing here? Poverty will follow you, but you cannot hang on to the leftovers. The leftovers have to go. It's the transforming of the mind when you let go of what people have to say, people's opinions, letting go validation and approval from others. You don't need any of that. I remember when the children of Israel were going through the 40 years they spent in the wilderness, and God provided manna for them, and they said that they could not have any leftovers. Same thing applies. You cannot have leftovers. You cannot have leftovers. For me, it meant giving up Section 8. It meant letting go of food stamps. It meant giving up all government assistance. and truly activating what I believed and what I had imagined for myself and my children. I could not carry that into my new season. I could not carry that into my new journey. So whatever your leftovers may be, you may have to let those go. It may be family, it may be friends, it may be bad company, it may be self-destructing thoughts and behaviors. It may be just substance abuse, letting drugs go. Whatever it is that's left over, that's serving no purpose, you have to let it go. Number 7, develop an ownership mentality. There's an inheritance available for you that cannot be delivered until you accept ownership. You have to take ownership of greater. You have to take ownership of wanting more. You have to take ownership of what it is that you have imagined. No one can imagine it for you. As bad as I would want to, I can't imagine you're greater. I can't imagine you're better. Even God says our ways are not his ways. So whatever we imagine, he's already maximized that. So not even he can imagine it for you because he's already imagined more. I want you to know, taking ownership is about you getting to the next level. It's about you elevating to the next stage. It's about you expanding your territory, expanding your mind, and growing mentally, physically, spiritually, relationally, and emotionally, and better yet, psychologically, because a lot of us have childhood pains and past pains, things that the enemy designed to scar us, to leave scars and bruises on us. So when we go and we look in the mirror, all we see is the hurt, the pain, and the shame. I was there. I remember when I hid from mirrors, and God is just like, "What are you doing?" And I'm just like, "I don't like looking at myself." And then he revealed to me, he said, "The scars of life, you're wearing them." He said, "You have lacerations all over your face that's causing you to not see the woman that I created." So we go through life and we go through things. We've all been through something that has caused us pain and has left lacerations and scars and bruises that we think that others can see physically. Even take ownership of that. A lot of people will sit and think that that's theirs. That's not ours. That's not ours. That's wrong. It's incorrect. If people told you, "Hey, that's yours, you got to own it," that type of ownership, you don't have to own that, because God said that you're fearfully and wonderfully made. And he says, "I knew you before you were consumed in your mother's womb. I knew you." But God didn't know you to be abused. He didn't know you to be broken. He doesn't call us by our sins. He calls us by our names. So don't take ownership of those things. Yes, they happened, but you have to think of your greater. You're greater. Think about being fearfully and wonderfully made. You want to constantly take ownership of your greater, not your lesser. The things that will build you, not the things that will break you. The things that will strengthen you and not the things that will weaken you. The things that will push you and not the things that will withhold you. The things that will stretch you and not the things that will conform you. The things that will lift you and not the things that will keep their foot on you. Take ownership of those things. Take ownership of those things. Ownership is all about a higher level of thinking. It's operating on a higher level of frequency. For instance, no more poverty. Think prosperity. Take ownership of prosperity. Don't take ownership of renting. Take ownership of owning. No more ownership of being a beggar. Take the ownership of being a lender. No more taking the ownership of being the tail. Take ownership of being the head. No more taking ownership of being broke. Take ownership of being rich and wealthy beyond your beliefs. Don't take the ownership of being blind. Take the ownership of having great vision. That's what taking ownership is about. The Bible says, God says, he says, let every man be a lie, remain a lie, and let me remain true. So being broke is a lie. It's not, he's not just speaking reference to the actual individuals and what they speak. Poverty is a lie. Having no lights and water is a lie. Being homeless is a lie. Let God remain true. Your Father has many mansions, and the streets are paved with gold and the gates of pearls. You aren't broke. You are not broke. You have to take ownership of your wealth. You have to take ownership of your kingdom rights. Take ownership of your true inheritance. I used to think that I wasn't good enough. I used to think that I wasn't smart enough. I used to think that I wasn't pretty enough. I didn't think that I was articulate enough. There were so many things that I took ownership of that had nothing to do with my true identity. And I remember when God spoke to me and he said, you cannot make it to your destiny with a fake identity. You cannot make it to your destiny with a fake identity. So I had to own what was truly mine. God is a God of truth. God is not a man that he shall lie. So if he says that he knew me and that he had a plan and a purpose for my life, and I'm saying that I'm walking in my purpose, then my purpose is not to be broke. I cannot have defeating thoughts. I cannot be led by my emotions. We have to take ownership of our true identity. Our true identity. And I know a lot of people may say it's easily said than done. But God said he's a rewarder of those who diligently seek after him. You have to constantly go after God. That means developing a relationship with him, spending time with him for him to continue to reveal to you. When you give yourself permission to be fruitful, to be self-productive and creative, to multiply, to replenish, to subdue, and to dominate, you're saying yes to God. You're saying yes. Yes, I'm a willing vessel. Yes, I'm yes to your plan. Yes to your will. Yes to your way. You're giving yourself permission to inherit your true identity. You're saying, I no longer want to live this falsified life. I no longer want to be fictitious because this is not my truth. This is not the life that you called me to live. So that's what you're giving yourself permission to. You're giving yourself permission to walk in your true identity. Number 7, activate your faith. Activate your faith. The substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So now that you've imagined it, which was number 3, to see, seeing is believing. If you cannot see it, you cannot possess it. So now that you've activated and it began to imagine, and now you have a vision board, you're setting your goals and you're writing down your action steps. Now it's faith. Activate that faith. Activate your faith. The substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. I can't see it yet, but I know I'm going to get it. I haven't achieved it yet, but I know I'm going to get it. I spent 20 years confessing that I would be a college graduate. It did not happen until 2018. I spent 20 years confessing it. 20 years. That's a long time. And trust me, I was wavering in my faith. I was going back and forth. That's why I can sit here and break down these principles. And I can share these tangible steps because these are the exact same steps that I put in place and began applying and implementing that changed my life. Now, author, speaker, serial entrepreneur, founder of the 30-Day University. I dropped out of school. And now I'm the founder of a 30-Day University. I am now a professor where I now My program is designed, it's an accelerated entrepreneur program designed for entrepreneurs to increase their household income and add new streams of revenue. I'm still an advocate for poverty. I'm still an advocate for those who are experiencing it. And entrepreneurship is the future of education. How is that? Because I imagined it. I imagined it. I imagined one day I'm going to own a school and a program. And in fact, this is my second school. My first school was the Academy of Excellence, where I went back to the housing projects where I grew up and started an alternative education program for those who wanted to receive their high school diploma. So this is my second educational program that I built. I was a high school dropout. Now I'm a ghostwriter and owner of a publishing company because I imagined it. I started to see it. I started to believe it. I meditated on it. Remember I said meditate on it? Meditate. I started meditating on it. Researching, writing, watching webinars and learning from different people, reading books on it. How am I going to make this happen? You start to meditate on it. Then you have to activate your faith and just say, Lord, I don't know how, but here it is. Here it is. Next thing, manage what's given. This is so vitally important, guys. I have to move this over so I can see it, because I really have to instill this. I wanted the delivery to be a teaching session. I wanted it to, I know, guys, I can make you feel good and I can make people want to jump for joy and just make people just want to live their best life. But I wasn't called to do that for this appointed time, for this appointed meeting. This appointed meeting, God wanted me to teach. He wanted me to teach. So the next step is to manage what's given. Number 7 was to activate your faith. Number 8, manage what's given. Listen to me. Nothing grows with poor management. I repeat, nothing grows with poor management. I'll prove it to you. God didn't allow anything in the garden to grow once he created it any further than what he created, because he didn't have anybody to manage it. That's when Adam came about. So nothing advances, nothing grows, and nothing produces when there's poor management. Somebody listen to me. Somebody listen to me, because I had to learn this. Listen to me. You manage your money. Anywhere there is increase, anything that God has given you, anything that you have imagined, and when these things start to come to you, you are responsible for managing it. You manage your money. Poor management of money leads to debt. We know that. So you manage your money. You manage your thoughts. What are you thinking? Are you keeping your mind on those things that are true, those things that are honest, those things that are pure, those things of virtue, those things of righteousness? Or is your mind on, oh, I'm broke. I'm so broke. I'm never going to find a man. I'm never going to be happy. I'm never going to have what I want in life. Where are your thoughts? Are you managing your thoughts? Manage your attitude. Manage your attitude. You can't just be popping off just because you felt like popping off. Manage your attitude. Oh, I'm just like that. I don't have no filter. Well, you better get a filter. If you want a better life and an even better future, you need a filter. Manage your mouth. Keep your mouth off of people. I didn't even mean to say that one. That's not even in my notes. But hey, it's out there now. Manage your mouth. Keep your mouth off of people. Speaking blasphemy and gossiping about other people. Manage your mouth. You got to manage your mouth. You'll talk yourself out of a blessing. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. Don't talk yourself out of a blessing. Don't block your blessings with your tongue. Don't rewrite your destiny because of this thing. Don't do it. Manage what you hear and what you listen to. Everybody can't feed you in this season. You have to know who is feeding you, because whoever is entering in your ear is entering here. Who are you listening to? What are you listening to? Manage that thing. Manage who you allow in your ear. Manage who you're listening to. Manage what you see. Manage what you watch and what you look at. Manage it. Manage it. Some people shouldn't watch certain things on television. Shouldn't watch certain things on your phone. Shouldn't watch certain things on your computer. You have to discipline yourself if you want to be a good steward over all that God has given. And discipline simply means manage it. Being a good manager, being a good steward. You have to manage these things. God will hold back the progress. He'll hold back progress. He'll hold back development. He'll hold back advancement. He'll hold back growth when there is poor management. Nothing will advance with poor management. Even if you have a supervisor, a manager, someone in leadership at a business, all hell will break loose. That company will not thrive. Turnovers will be at an all-time high. People will not be able to get along. There will always be conflict and confusion. So you have to get someone in there who has good management skills. Good management skills. And that's what God is looking for. Someone to manage all that he's given and that he will give. I want this to be a side note. The word work means to manage. Success is based on what is well managed. People ask me all the time, how did you go from writing and developing curriculum for programs and speaking and becoming a facilitator and trainer, then becoming an advocate and a voice for those for the less fortunate and at-risk youth and families and experiencing poverty? And then how did you become a business coach? And how did you start your own publishing company? How did you do all of these things? Because I'm a good steward over what God has given me. That don't mean that I do everything perfectly, but when I feel myself getting out of alignment or getting a little sidetracked and distracted, I pull myself back in. You have to be a good steward over what has been given. Advancement, growth, success, influence, all of these things are derived from good managing. God says, be a good steward. A steward. That means manage it. And I don't know why I'm feeling like I need to stay right here in this area, because a lot of people may be right there. They feeling like I'm so close to what it is. I want you to just think really quick and think, what am I not managing? Well, where is there poor management? Because here's another thing. When God starts to open up doors and he starts to grant access to new levels, it is up to you to manage what he has given. So if God gives me a publishing company, I'm ghostwriting, the 30-day university, I'm facilitating, I'm training. Today I had 5 hours of virtual speaking. I had a 3-hour effective leadership training this morning. I had to jump on with only 15 minutes to be a guest panelist on this evening on this network, the Black Expo Network. And then I had to be back at 5 o'clock. You have to be a good steward of your time. Your time too. Yes. Steward of your time. When you accept something and you accept it and you say, I'll be there, I'll show up, I agree to it. You save the date, you're locked in, and you don't show up, or you show up late, or you show up unprepared. That's not being a good steward. You're not managing the time that's given. You have to manage your time. Not managing your time, don't be on Black people time. You got to manage your time. You got to show up. People are expecting you to show up. You have to show up. You have to be consistent. You can't be a ball dropper, meaning every time someone calls upon you and they toss you the ball, you drop it. You got to be able to hold on to something. You got to be able to manage what's in your hands. Manage what's in your hands. Some of us have too much in our hands. I can't carry all of this. I can't. Something is going to drop. I'm holding on to too much. To be a good manager and to be a good steward, you have to know what to let go. What to let go of. What to set aside. What not to put on your plate. You also have to know what to delegate and say, hey, I need you to do this. You need to be able to communicate well. Poor communication skills is deadly to your destiny. Poor communication skills is deadly to your destiny. One more time. Poor communication skills is deadly to your destiny. And when you make a mistake, own it. Own it. Just go back and say, that's part of communication. Hey, I know you and I spoke about something earlier and I just really did not follow through with it. And my apologies. It's not about an excuse. It's about taking ownership, dusting yourself off, and getting back in position. A lot of times, a lot of you don't manage making mistakes well. You make the mistake permanent. It's temporary, but you make it permanent. Don't make permanent decisions with temporary information. That's what people say. But I say, don't make a mistake permanent. It's only temporary, meaning own it. Hey, I dropped the ball. I apologize. It won't happen again. I've had to do it. I've had to do it with my clients. I can't go around just saying, hey, I wasn't feeling good. This is the reason why I couldn't make it happen. Listen, take ownership. You cannot continue to drop the ball. You cannot. Poor communication is deadly to your destiny. It's deadly to your destiny. When we fall short, we want to get back up. You want to overcome whatever failure you thought it was, whatever season that you were in that was not productive. You want to get back up. The only way you can do that is when you manage your life well. Manage your life well. Manage it. And that just keeps coming to me. So I really hope these 8 tangible steps and tools will be beneficial to someone. The whole management piece just really resonated with me this evening. And I had to just really stay there because nothing advances, nothing grows when there's poor management. Your business could be stagnant right now, but you need to take a look at it and say, where is my plate too full? Do I need to set something aside until I finish something else, until I complete this project, until this relationship and this organization and partnership or collaboration is done? Maybe I need to set all of this aside until I just focus on this one thing. And once I've done this well, I'll pick up on something else. We have to manage what it has been given and what God will give. Otherwise, it will stop, guys. I remember God telling me this, and I'm getting ready to close. When I came back full-time in 2020 during COVID, I just felt overwhelmed. And God said, get your house in order. And I'm like, what do you mean, get my house in order? He said, get your house in order. That meant get your business in order, Angie. Get your business in order, or I will stop the growth. And I was just like, whoa, that's what he told me, clear as day. What he was saying, manage it. Manage what I have given you, or you will cut off your growth, the advancement. And that means, let me be even clear, you'll cut off your money. You'll cut off your profit, your revenue. You'll cut off adding new streams. Beautiful Books publishing was derived during a pandemic. Ghostwriting came about during a pandemic. I reinvented my coaching business, and the 30-day university all came out of a pandemic. Get your house in order. That simply means manage what has been given. My name is Angelica, and I just really appreciate you guys tuning in for the Defeating Poverty Mindset, and preferably that it's helped somebody, it's touched somebody, or that you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who you can share it with.
Listen here. Woman of God, let me tell you what you just did. I don't even know if the people are really understanding what really just transpired. So that's okay. I'm going to break it down for them. So not only did you teach a lesson, you preached a sermon, you applied anointing oil, you laid hands, and you prophesied all in one. That's what I would have to say. And I would say that this is a true example of what it means to understand your assignment on any given time. The fact that you were able to distinguish in your gift of today, I need to teach these principles, correct? Right. And not, I mean, yes, you provide some edification, but it was really about the teaching. This is what you were sent here for. Let me tell you, we have to go through all these things that I just wrote down. Let me just tell you, just as a review, and please jump in. So of course, the importance of maintaining and watching our ear gates and our eye gates,
right,
as well as what we speak out of our mouths. Right. So going through the keys of giving yourself permission to be fruitful and multiply, which we know the Bible talks about in Genesis 1:28, right, to replenish, to subdue it, and to dominate it. Then you go into break out from the pact. And what you said was, which was pivotal. It's not farewell. It's until I see you.
Until I see you again. Yes.
Because some people will have you thinking, oh, if you leave, then you're not loyal, right?
That's you're not loyal. Absolutely. Absolutely. They think that you're not loyal. They label you as thinking you're better than them. And I've heard it all. But I'll see you again. Listen, and I'm going to prove that God is real. And I'm going to prove that his word works in my life, because I have activated my fruitful, my multiply, to be replenished, to subdue and dominate. I've activated, and my life is a testimony. You can see the word working right now in my life. It's real. So I'll see you again.
That's right. But what you just said, you stated some verbs, some action. So the word works when we work the word.
Come on.
Right? Faith without works
is dead.
You went on to say about seeing it, which we know deals with the vision. And we know that even in the Bible, Habakkuk 2:2 talks about write the vision
down.
Hey, absolutely. And you stated that, my goodness, you said so many great things. If you cannot see it, you cannot possess it. See it, and speak it, and beware of distractions. People don't understand when God has given you a great vision, and you have to be mindful about how you share it, whom you share it with, and things of that nature. The enemy is going to try to come and do everything to suck it up. That's what the devourer does. He comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Absolutely. So we have to use wisdom there. You talk about renewing your mind, and you stated that your feet cannot take you where your mind hasn't gone.
And that's all I could say about the renewing of the mind. That is the renewal part. People think that, having an entrepreneur mindset or defeating the poverty mindset is this big thing that has to take place, this event. It's not. It's not. Your feet can't take you where your mind, if you haven't imagined it, your feet. For instance, God said, the steps of a good man are ordered
Yes, he did.
by the Lord. He can't order your footsteps unless you become a part of his plan.
His plan.
His plan. So I know my footsteps are ordered because he keeps going to greater and greater and greater and greater and greater and greater and greater. And my cup continues to run over and run over and run over and run over. And then I may have some haters that say, oh, she have the followers on Facebook and she's talking a good talk, but she don't have the money yet.
Huh. Transitional word, by the way.
Yet I have a billionaire's mind. Everything that Steve Jobs thought of, he thought it. So you have to use this imagination. So lay hands on your mind and say anything that anybody thought, and they are billionaires and millionaires, they thought it. And Lord, I am your child. I have a brain for business. I am a billionaire. I have creative ideas. I have billionaire and millionaire concepts, and they're going to come forth in Jesus' name. And that's what I did. That's what I did. A girl,
people have to understand you don't have to initially directly have to have it physically, but God can place you on the minds or the hearts of somebody else who does have it and needs what you possess.
Right. Another incident, Jermaine Moody. He saw me on social media. He said, "You're a teacher." He reached out to me in my inbox, never met him. Came to me in my inbox, and the rest is history. People are watching you. But God, and one thing that Jermaine told me, I said, well, what do you need me to do? He said, just be you, because the anointing will give those who have sight to see you.
That's that true oil. And that's how people are able to receive the oil, through your crushing and through the obedience of your yes.
Yes.
So you stated that we need to meditate. Absolutely. Absolutely. That permanent change in our thinking. God will do great things there. You said, don't live on the leftovers. And what came to my spirit was food has an expiration date.
Come on.
Sometimes so do seasons
and people.
So why not our mindsets? Correct?
Exactly.
Absolutely. You said develop an ownership mentality. And you know what, to be honest, you said no more renting. At the end of the day, guess what we also need to do? We need to evict those things and those people that have illegally taken up residency.
Come on. Because God said, go possess the land. Yeah. The giants were living in the land. He said, go possess it. Don't move in with them. Go take it over and say, you got to go.
You got to go.
You got to go. You got to go.
And you got to activate your faith as well as to manage what is given and to be good stewards over it. And when you talk about your testimony, one thing that comes to mind is a little snippet of mine. I attended Bennett College. It was about a semester and a half where I was homeless in my car. Then not too long after that, I actually got pregnant with my daughter in college. Hearing different things, you should drop out, you're not going to be good. And all the while collecting all of this debt, because I didn't know anything about, going to college. I was just signing paperwork. I was happy to be there. And so during that time period of being a single mother and my family being in another state, right? And not even being able to financially support me anyway, I knew I had enough faith to believe that God was going to provide for her in the future. I didn't know the how, but I knew what was in my heart. And at that time, I was so focused on surviving that I was not focused on saving. But let me tell you, what God, right? So we fast forward. My daughter is now a sophomore in college. Okay. What took me 5.5 years, not because I wasn't intelligent, but because emotionally I had some things going on and I was a little broken. But what took me 5.5 years could potentially take my daughter 3.5 years to get her degree.
Come
on scholarship. And I was at one job and the Lord told me to leave. I wasn't ready to leave. He said, move. So I moved, right? Good thing I did, because now as a result of that, my daughter's allowed to go off of, tuition free from tuition concession plan because I was in place. So God said, back then you didn't think you were saving, but because you moved when I told you to move, now look at you made up for that. And greater is on the way, because we are supposed to break even generational poverty. It might have kept with us, but we can stop it with us, and we can start the generational blessings. Woman of God.
That is all what it's about. Thank you for sharing that, because it truly blessed me. And then for me to be second oldest of 7, and I was still the first to graduate my children from high school. Graduating from high school was not a normal thing. And people will say, oh, Black people put so much on high school diplomas. We do, because you don't know what it took to get there.
That's right.
You don't know what it took to get there. So then I'm the first to graduate all three of my children from high school. And then I'm the first to send them to college. My youngest son, he's the only one who completed, but I have faith that the other ones will go back and live out their purpose and whatever God has for them. I'm not doubting that, because I am first the example. And I kept asking God, why would you choose me? You know, why did you choose me to put all this pressure on me? He said, because you are to bring order to chaos. And I said, why would you put all of this on me? Why would you, I'm just thinking, why would you put all of this on me? But then he showed me a vision, and there were hundreds and thousands of people. And it was so dark, and they were all wearing hoodies, Natasha. And I was scared in the vision. I'm like, why are you showing me this? He said, because you're assigned to them.
Yes.
You're assigned to them. And I said, so I have that kind of responsibility for this. We all have an assignment. So there are so many more bullet points to how I divorced poverty and how people can begin this process. But when I sat up and I started creating the outline for it without sounding too churchy, I wanted to really put the scriptures in there, but I also wanted people to just truly understand
Absolutely.
that, hey, once you put these things, these principles in action, you're going to reap the benefits, because a principle is tithing. The benefit that you reap is he'll open up the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing.
Yes.
That's a principle. And God has principles all throughout the Bible. So he helped me. He worked through me the principles to divorce poverty, to set the children, the captives, free from Pharaoh and get them to their promised land. You're not assigned to be broke. You're not assigned to be uneducated. You're not assigned to just pay bills and die. That's not God's intentions for your life. So even as I sit here, and in 2019, I was diagnosed with blood cancer. After I got over the seven stages of grieving, I said, I shall live and not die. Psalms 91, 10,000 may fall at my side, 1,000 at my right hand, but cancer shall not come nigh thee.
That's
it's
right.
not going to overtake me. And here I am, came back full-time to work a year later after chemo, and I'm sitting here, reinvented my business, taking my business to new heights, because God is a God of promotion. And when you follow these steps, you will reap the reward.
That's right. Healing is your portion.
It's my portion. And I took ownership of my healing. I'm not going to take ownership of sickness and death. I'm going to take ownership of fulfilling my promise and walking out my destiny. I have to get to the other side, Natasha.
Well, let me tell you something right here. I have been blessed. I'm sure all of those that have been eavesdropping on our conversation have been exceedingly blessed. And I just want to say that what people don't understand is this is another form of discipleship. You guiding people in these different areas. So again, how can people follow you and get in touch with you?
Hi guys, I have two websites. So the 30-Day University, if you know someone who's willing to change their lives in 30 days, all it takes is 30 days, guys. 30dayuniversity.com. You want to learn more about me, the speaker, the trainer, the serial entrepreneur, go to seedsoandsister.com, where you'll find everything there is to know about the Seed Sowing Sister, which is myself, Angelica. You can also find me on Facebook under Seed Sowing Sister and Angelica Cole. My name is different. I use my father's name on Facebook. So Angelica Cole on Facebook. And I would love to connect with everyone. And I am so thankful for this opportunity to be here to share. And preferably it changes somebody's life. You can take the information and share it with someone who needs it. And share your testimony with me.
Listen. Thank you again. And may the Lord just favor you in the overflow with everything that you put your hands to. And I just declare you blessed, abundantly blessed. Have a wonderful evening, and God bless you.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Wow. Absolutely powerful. Again, listen, take this moment as we're preparing for a transition in preparation for our next guest. Again, go to the website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Please sow into the lives of some amazing young men and young women. We want to bless them with scholarships at a minimum of $5,000, at least 10 students. We would love to bless more if you will definitely partner with us in our endeavors. And we want to be able to even supply them with laptops. Now, listen, I will be back, but right now I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Listen, to those of you that have been hanging out with me all day long, thank you, thank you, thank you. To those of you that have already donated, we appreciate your contributions. And for those that are just tuning in for the first time, I am Natasha Brooks, your Black Business Network moderator for today, day 6. It has been a tremendous day. And guess what? We're not through yet. I would like to take the time to thank the following individuals: Mr. Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners and Black Leaders Worldwide; Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associate; and Dr. Danetta Watson of the National Mastermind Group, as well as the Black Business Expo Board. And as we transition, allow me to introduce our next guest on today, none other than Miss Tiffany Hicks, who will be speaking about rejecting cancel culture. Ms. Hicks is the CEO and founder of Velvet Rope Experience LLC, doing business as VRE Training Solutions and Experience Entrepreneurship globally. Ms. Hicks is a training consultant and facilitation expert with over 15 years of experience in business management, training, and content marketing. She has worked with over lots of companies for Fortune 500 brands, and she has delivered training classes for People Fund, SCORE, Capital One Bank, and several other organizations to help small business owners improve their bottom line. Ms. Hicks has a master's in business management and a secondary master's in community development from Prairie View A&M University. Ms. Hicks intends to use her community development degree to help organizations improve their community impact and sustainability via developing effective content and training programming. She also donates monetarily and volunteers her time to multiple nonprofit organizations in Houston and surrounding areas. And lastly, Ms. Hicks is the founder of, again, Experience Entrepreneurship Globally, dedicated to connecting business owners and surrounding area nonprofit organizations through networking, events, seminars, and workshops. At this time, let us extend a warm welcome to Miss Tiffany Hicks.
Hello. Hey, everybody. How are you doing?
We are doing well. Absolutely. And we are definitely ready to tune in to everything that you have to release on the topic again of rejecting cancel culture. At this time, you have the platform, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. So, hey, y'all, I am Tiffany Hicks, and I am going to be talking about rejecting cancel culture. And I just want to share a little bit with you guys about what brought me to this topic. As an entrepreneur, I will actually tell you that it feels like you are canceled by everyone that you know when you make a decision to shift from corporate or from having a job to becoming an entrepreneur. And it can be an extremely difficult process to go through. So I really started thinking about that. Like, what does that feel like? What is that? And so I put together a presentation for you guys to just talk a little bit about that, and then also give you some pointers. So I am going to share my screen, and hopefully you all can see it. There we go. All right. So talking about starting over, that's really what this is about. Because when you think about being rejected, what's on the other side of that rejection is so important. Or when people cancel you, it's important for you to know that you can always start over. So I'm going to start with telling you what we'll go over today. So I'll do an introduction, a short one of me, because Natasha did an amazing job. But I'll tell you a little bit more about my why. And then also I'll talk to you about what is cancel culture. We'll do a visualization activity. And then we'll talk about how does it impact us as a culture or us personally. And then what can we do to overcome, reject, and be triumphant in the wake of being canceled or cancel culture. So starting with who I am, I am Tiffany Hicks. I'm the CEO of VRE Training Solutions. And what's important about who I am is that I didn't really truly grasp who I was until I became an entrepreneur. When I put all of my skills and all of my desire and everything I had into building my own business, that is when I really became in the knowing of myself. But I will also say that that is when my faith increased. So it is the point in my life where I realized, one, I am a child of God. 2, I need to live in that. And 3, I also need to be faithful and prayerful. And so what do? Well, I am a trainer. But I also want to share with you that beyond the trainer, I am a servant. So I am here to serve people. I am here to help people. And my thing is that I always have to remember that there is someone that is not where you are yet. There is someone who needs the resources and the tools to get to where you are and beyond. And why do I do it? Well, I love what this whole program and event is about. I do it because I am a Black business and because I support Black businesses. And I am very passionate about helping Black business owners as well as Black non-profit organizations, because I realize that a lot of us do not have access to resource, or we don't know what we don't know, or we may not know where to get started, or we may have been suffering so much from rejection or from being canceled that we don't even know how to begin again. And so that's super important. And then what is my message today? Well, my message today is very simple. It is okay to start over. That's what I'm talking to you guys about. It is knowing that no matter where you are in your life, it is okay to start over. So what is cancel culture? Let's start there, right? So, before I read the definition, I'll share with you, if you don't know, you can go look it up, go Google it. But the cancel culture actually started from a cult following kind of movie, New Jack City. And there is a place in there where Nino Brown cancels a woman. And then following that, Lil Wayne did a song where he said that he was canceling someone like Nino. And so that whole concept is what drove the cancel culture that has grown. So cancel culture is a modern form of ostracism in which someone is thrusted out of social or political or professional circles, whether it be online, social media, or in person. And what I will share with you is that there's a lot of cancel culture going on now. You hear people talking about it all the time. And then there's always question of whether it's good or bad, right? There are some instances where canceling something can be good. So if we're talking about canceling racism, or if we're talking about canceling sexism, those are good. It's good in that case, but it can be bad when it is being used to ostracize or isolate people to a point where they don't feel like they are comfortable in their culture, comfortable in their skin. They don't feel accepted. So let me give you guys some popular examples, because I always like to say, if you give people examples, they'll remember it. So when we talk about cancel culture, I'm going to focus a little bit very specifically on some of the cancel cultures that have happened in the Black community, right? So the first one I'll start with is Dave Chappelle. So I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a time when Dave Chappelle was doing the Chappelle Show and he was making a lot of money. And then all of a sudden he left the scene and everybody was like, what's wrong with him? Is he crazy? Like, what's going on? Who would give up that kind of money? Without people really knowing and understanding the circumstances behind the choices that he made, right? And now we know because he's come full circle and he has shared those circumstances with us. And he has said that those people were robbing him. They were taking his intellectual property and he couldn't even own his name, right? So really understanding that we might not have understood why he was doing it, but as a culture, people canceled him. They chalked it up to the fact that, he'd gone crazy. They even believed some things that were put out in the media that were not true, but they canceled him. So next is Whitney Houston. People love Whitney Houston, but there are a lot of people who rejected or canceled her because of her addiction. And so next would be Kanye West, more popular right now. Just understanding that, Kanye West, they've mentioned that he is having some mental health concerns at this time. The question is, are we canceling people as opposed to serving them and offering them help? Are we canceling people before we make a decision to truly understand the circumstances that are surrounding where they are in their life? So that's the next one. Have you ever been involved in a situation during your life where somebody has canceled you, counted you out? The previous speaker was so amazing, and it was a perfect segue to cancel culture, because so often in our culture, we cancel people who haven't graduated from high school. We cancel people who didn't go to college. We cancel people who we feel like they're not moving. Sometimes you may be the only person in your family that makes a decision to move forward in faith and become a person of God. And your family might look at you like, okay, well, she's changed. Let's cancel her because now she's always talking about God. Or it could be vice versa. You could be the godly person in your family, or you could not be. And then we cancel people based on the fact that they don't resonate with us. So if this has ever happened to you, because I know it has happened to me, and I'll talk to you guys a little bit more about that as I go along, because I'm going to share a personal testimony. But just know, I want you guys to visualize a time. So I want you to think of a time when you were canceled, where someone rejected you or isolated you or ostracized you or treated you like you weren't worthy. I want you to think about that. Close your eyes, and I want you to picture that clearly. And I want you to think about how it felt, how it made you feel, how it impacted your life, and what did you do as a result following that? Because oftentimes we don't think about the fact that we were canceled or that we experienced rejection on a very deep level. We don't think about it. We hide it. We put it in the background. So even one of the previous speakers talked about trauma, right? We don't think about it. But then let me tell you what happens when you don't think about it. It may manifest itself by you treating others that way. So then now I want you to think and visualize in your mind, when was a time that you canceled someone and why? Did you have all of the information that was surrounding the circumstance? Did you clearly understand that even though you may not have agreed with them, that didn't mean that they needed to be canceled? So I want you to think about a time that you've ever been canceled, and I want you to think about a time that you have ever canceled someone else. All right, so let's talk about here are things. So we understand cancel culture when we're talking about celebrities, right? Because we see it on TMZ or we see it on any other network. We see it in social media. We watch people talk about celebrities or public figures or politicians, right? But what we don't think about is how cancel culture is actually exhibited in really everyday behavior. And some of us don't even realize that we are participating in it. So I'd like to share some of those instances with you just to open up your eyes so that you can think about if you have participated or if this has ever happened to you. So everyday cancel culture behavior. First thing is when you get laid off. or you from your employment, from your job. And so I'll share a story with you. I had a job working as a training manager for a Fortune 500 company. I absolutely loved it. I made six figures. It was amazing. I traveled about 80 to 90% of the time. But I got laid off. And it was my second layoff in 5 years. So my first layoff, I had been with the company for 13 years. I got laid off, and I will tell you guys that I felt like I was canceled, because the people that I had worked with, who had become my family members, they were close friends of mine. When I got laid off, those people stopped talking to me, almost like I did something to get laid off. I mean, it was a business layoff. I mean, it wasn't voluntary, but people didn't. It's almost like when I tried to follow up with people to talk to them, no one really had any. It was almost like it was contagious. So nobody wanted to talk to me, because if I talked to Tiff, then I got to feel guilty about the fact that I kept my job and she didn't. And it was the worst feeling ever. Like, I felt so inadequate because people that I had spent 13 years with at that time were not engaging with me. And it was painful. It was super painful. And so just thinking about that, when you get laid off, or when a person gets laid off, and if you worked with them or you were their coworker and you don't engage them, but you had some kind of relationship with them and you choose not to speak to them, you are engaging in cancel culture. The other thing that I will say is that if you get laid off and then you make a decision to become an entrepreneur. So I'm going to shift that into here. One of the biggest things that I went through was a lot of people were like, okay, Tiffany, you left a 6-figure job to start a business. Your business isn't doing well. You're not making a lot of money. You're losing things. Because I was losing things. I lost my apartment. I almost lost my car. I slept in my car for a week. There was a lot of things that were going on in my life at the time. And a lot of my friends were like, okay, you're doing that to yourself. Why don't you just go back and get a job? And they didn't clearly understand that in 5 years or 6 years, I had been laid off twice. I didn't desire to be someone's employee again. All I needed was comforting and support. And I didn't get a lot of that when I first started my entrepreneur journey, which is the reason why I am so adamant about supporting Black business owners, because I know that it can be lonely. But I also know that we have to make room and space for each other to support each other when we are doing well and when we are struggling or challenged. So then the next cancel culture behavior is, how many of you have ever been in a situation where your relationship status changed? Right? So maybe you got divorced, or maybe you broke up with someone. And when that happened, the people that you had engaged together literally canceled you for whatever their reason was, right? They just decided, and this happens a lot when married people have married friends, and then one of the groups, they become single. They no longer engage that person because, well, they're doing married things. So the thought process is that they don't engage the single person anymore. So really considering that when people get divorced, or if people have to change their relationship status, don't cancel them. Still engage with them. And I say that because you may have experienced this, or you may have done it to someone without knowing it. But I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that that is also cancel culture behavior. Next is illness, addiction, disease, or mental illness. So one of the things I mentioned when I mentioned Whitney Houston, we know that she had some addiction. We also are aware that, Kanye West has some type of mental, he has some mental health issues that are going on. But my thing, and even with illness, so I'll give you guys a testimony. I had a friend who had cancer. And she said that she felt like the people who she really, really thought would be in her corner when she got sick were not there. They literally stopped talking to her. And then they didn't re-engage talking to her until she was better. Of course, they sent her prayers, but they weren't there to support her. They didn't, call her on a regular basis to check on her. They didn't provide a support system for her. And when I asked one of our common friends why, that common friend literally said that they didn't know what to say. They were so afraid of saying the wrong thing. They felt so inadequate when talking to that person because nothing seemed right to say. But I want to make sure that you guys know that if a person is ill, whether it's an illness, an addiction, a disease, or a mental illness, if you are a servant of God, it is imperative that you understand that that is the time that you should offer comfort. That is the time that you should engage people. That is the time when you should really say to yourself, how can I serve this person? How can I be supportive of this person? What can I do to give them something or provide them some type of comfort? Next is going to be a difference of approach or opinion. The funny thing about people is that, we have to learn and understand that we can agree to disagree. And just because your approach to something is different than mine, or just because your opinion on something is different than mine, it does not mean that I can't care for you, respect you, and still engage in meaningful conversation. What I want to make sure that you understand, a lot of people that get canceled, it is because they view things in an extremely different way. So I'm going to step out on a limb here, and I'm going to say something that is not going to be popular, but I want to make sure that I drive it home so that you can understand it. Kanye West said that slaves made a choice. Now, that's not a popular opinion based on the things that most people believe. But you also had to dig deeper and find out why he said what he said. I'm not saying I agree with it. What I'm saying to you is it is a difference of opinion and a difference of approach, because his mindset was there were other choices, and another choice could have been death. Now, I do understand that we are all in self-survival mode, and we may not agree with what he said, but the amazing thing was he dared to think differently. He dared to approach it from a different perspective. And we all have freedom of thought. So again, I'm not saying that I agree. What I am saying is that I respect the position. I respect the fact that he said something that other people might actually think, right? But he was strong enough in his conviction to stand up and speak up for what it was that he believed. Another example would be, a lot of people may not agree with you becoming a business owner. They may say to themselves, that's not steady, right? It's not steady money. You have kids, you have, bills that you have to pay. And then you say to yourself, you know what? I agree. I can respect that you are worried about me, because usually when people say things like that to you and they're canceling you or they're telling you you're out of your mind, it is because there is fear that exists for them, right? So they're afraid for you. They are afraid that you might not be able to pay your bills. They are afraid that you might start losing things. And a lot of times people's fear is based or predicated on their own experiences, because they don't know how they would handle it if they started losing things. They don't know how they would handle it if they were not getting a steady paycheck. And then what they do is they project that onto you. So just keep in mind that if you have a difference of opinion or a difference of approach, that doesn't mean that you cancel people. It simply means that you respect each other's position. Also, we know there's a lot of cancel culture happening on social media. Everybody has an opinion. I'll tell you, my father used to say opinions are like, I can't say that word, but everyone has one. Anyway, and so on social media, you'll find that there's a lot of bullying that goes on. There's a lot of people that, they're shooting subs. and it happens a lot. It happens, on social media. It happens in clubs or associations. It happens at school, whether it's college. Just understanding that it is a behavior. And it does make people feel some kind of way. They do feel isolated. Some people may read something and they may say, oh my goodness, this person is talking about me. I'm not saying that you have to shift what you say, but I am going to say that you should be mindful of judging someone's behavior based on your life, based on maybe it's not for you. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It simply means that it's not for you. And then the last thing that I put in last minute is that a lot of families have generational cancel culture behavior and they don't even know it. How many of you have a family member that you don't talk to because someone said something about them and you really don't know if it's true? You're not aware, right? How many of you have canceled someone in your family because they don't think like you, because they're different, because they have made a decision that, yeah, maybe now they're bougie because they want to live a better life? How many of you have canceled someone because they have made a decision to move from the city or the state that you guys grew up in, and now people think that they think they're better, but they don't. They just wanted a better life, right? And I only say that because as African Americans, I know that we do tend to have a familial black sheep, but I challenge you to check with them. Step in, don't cancel them, embrace them. So next is going to be the impact that cancel culture and cancel behavior has on people's lives, right? For a lot of people, they lose self-esteem. I know that that's what happened with me. I had all this self-esteem when I was in corporate America. But when my friends canceled me and when my family canceled me and I kind of didn't really understand, who I was or what it was that I was doing, I had a severe loss of self-esteem. And I really said to myself, I don't know. I started second guessing myself. I was like, is this entrepreneur thing really for me? And then the next thing that happened was I started to get really angry. I started to get angry, one, with myself, and two, with the other people in my life, because I was like, all I want is support. And for me, I was like, when I was solid and had a 6-figure job, I had all the support in the world. I had all the cheerleading. Everybody was like, yay, you made it because you're doing good. You're doing well. I was also helping a lot of people when I had a lot of money. But when I became an entrepreneur, I didn't have money. People thought I did, but I didn't. And I didn't position it as if I did. But the thing is that people just assumed that I exited from my job in a good space. And then when I started my business, they assumed that I was making a lot of money. So I did get angry. And then that anger kind of led to some stagnation. And I'm giving you guys these because in my mind, I'm like, if you've ever been canceled, this could definitely be some stages that you've gone through. And we'll talk a little bit more about what you can do to overcome it or to reject that. But I will tell you that after I went through these first 3 stages, the next thing that happened, because I am so tenacious, that I became determined. And the first thing that I said to myself was, I am going to be a successful Black business owner. I am going to be a successful Black founder of a nonprofit organization. And so I started focusing on being triumphant. I started focusing on being successful. And so why am I saying that? Because even though being a part of a cancel culture or being ostracized can put you in a situation where on one side you have all these negative feelings. If you can, like the previous speaker said, if you can manage yourself, the other side of the cancel culture is the determination and the success and the growth that you will find and the freedom that you will have in being authentically yourself, because it is okay to be you and it is always okay to start over under any set of circumstances. So let's go to how can you overcome being canceled? So for some people, this might be hard, right? But it's really all about your thought process. In the last couple of presentations, I've heard people talking about owning the land, owning the real estate, possessing the land. And that is very much about your mindset, right? So the first thing you have to know is, I don't care what you were canceled from. I don't care if you were laid off, if you have gotten divorced, if you are the black sheep of the family, if you are starting over as an entrepreneur, if you were impacted negatively by COVID and you had to shut down your business and then you feel like you got canceled by your clients or your customers, never fear. You can start over. You can always start over. And it may seem like starting over is difficult, but it's not, because the first thing that you have to do is put it in your mind that you will start over, and then give it a date. Force yourself to start over. The next thing you can do is keep the promises that you've made to yourself. Whatever it is that you've done in your life, for whatever reason a person canceled you, for whatever opinion it is or approach that you have it for a reason. And if it is a valid reason, and if you truly believe in who you are and what you stand for, keep the promises that you've made to yourself. So if you've said to yourself, I am going to be a 6-figure business, a 7-figure business, keep that promise to yourself. If you have said to yourself, I'm going to make this business work, I'm going to shift careers, I'm going to do whatever it is that I'm going to do, and I am going to do that because I am passionate about being a servant in my community. Whatever promises you made to yourself, if you said you're going to buy yourself a house, if you said you're going to buy yourself land or property, if you said you're going to save money, whatever those promises are that you've made to yourself, you have to keep them, because that is how you overcome being canceled, by keeping promises to yourself and proving to yourself that you can do this. The next thing is believe in yourself. You have got to believe in yourself. One of the reasons why people are hit so hard by being canceled is because they don't have a strong belief in themselves. And those that do have strong belief in themselves, let me tell you, they bounce back. Look at Dave Chappelle. He has bounced back. There are so many people that have started over and over and over again, repeatedly. Janet Jackson is one of those people who has started over, and she has reimagined and reinvented herself so many times. Why do I mention Janet Jackson? Well, the name of my business is Velvet Rope Experience, and I got the title Velvet Rope because she did an album where she really reinvented herself and did an amazingly empowering album, which was the Velvet Rope. So I say that to say you have to believe in yourself, because no one will cheerlead for you like you will cheerlead for yourself. If you look around you, and if you're in the midst of being canceled, and if you don't see anyone, if you go look in the mirror, you will see yourself, because you always have you. The other thing is, don't be afraid to share your testimony. There will be people that cancel you and they do it inappropriately. They will lie on you and they will do all kinds of things. And then they will try to shame you into not sharing your story. Share your testimony. It's okay, because sometimes sharing your testimony helps you get over it. It helps you be able to express yourself so that you can forgive. And then once you forgive, you can move forward. But never be ashamed to share your testimony, because it didn't happen to you. It happened through you and for you. So you want to just be okay with sharing your testimony. There is no shame. There's nothing that if you did it and it was a part of your past, it is okay. So the next thing is be great in spite of, right? Be great in spite of what people have said about you. Be great in spite of the haters. Be great in spite of people treating you poorly or taking advantage of you. Be great in spite of people canceling you and not believing in you. Just go do it, because the best way for you to overcome is for you to physically say, in spite of everything I've been through, I am going to be successful or triumphant. And then the other thing is, you can overcome being canceled by knowing that you have a purpose. God gave you a purpose. And it doesn't matter if you've been divorced, if you've been laid off, if you have illness, whatever has happened to you, you have come through it with a purpose, right? Your trials came to you with a purpose. It is going to make you stronger. It's going to give you a testimony. And because of that, you will be able to share and help the next person. So just believe in yourself and know that God gave you a purpose. All right, so here's some suggestions that I have for those that have, if you've been experiencing being ostracized and you're thinking about what's my comeback, how do I start over? Because like I said, starting over can be hard. But the way that you can start is journal your thoughts. Whatever it is that you're going through, journal, right? Get you a notebook. Write in it the days, write how you're feeling, write what you've experienced, and then also write what starting over looks like for you. What do you want to do? What are your goals? What do you truly desire? Right? Journal those things. I'll tell you another thing that I do. So I read my Bible, and every day that I read my Bible, and I'm a random Bible. Every day I randomly pick a scripture and I ask God to just move my fingers and get me to the place where I need to be for the day. And I, because of a spiritual advisor, I literally will read the Bible verse and chapter, and I will write a note in there that will say today's date, and it will say what I was thinking or going through, what I prayed for, and how that scripture helped me. And the reason why I chose to do that is because I want to be able to go back into that in my Bible and look at it and say, hey, Tiffany, this is a journal. This is where you were. This is how you felt. And the interesting thing is when I do that, I want you guys to know that I have the opportunity to really see how God has blessed me. I have the opportunity to see how God has moved me through my trials and how he is moving me into my abundance and helping me with manifesting the things that I've prayed about. The next thing is daily affirmations. Some people do not do these. I don't know how I would get through my day without saying my affirmations, but I need you to know that you have to start affirming and decreeing and declaring things into your life and over your life. And that is something that you have to do daily. I share with my clients when I do coaching, I will say, here are some affirmations that you can use, but I also tell them, stand in front of the mirror and say them to yourselves. Look at yourself. I watched a sermon that was sent to me by a dear friend, and the sermon said to look at yourself in the mirror and see yourself with God's eyes. Don't see yourself with the eyes that you have, where you're looking at yourself and you're looking for the imperfection, you're looking for the flaws. See yourself as God sees you. And that's what daily affirmations are about. It is about you seeing yourself as God sees you, but also seeing yourself in where you want to be, seeing yourself as who you are, seeing yourself in a space that lets you know that it is okay for you to be you. It's okay for you to be imperfect at this time, because you are imperfectly perfect. And then next will be identify your personal development needs, right? Let's say you got canceled because of a relationship. And let's say, honestly, you just weren't the world's best spouse. Maybe you weren't a good girlfriend or boyfriend. Question yourself about that and then say, do I need to personally develop? Is it something that I need to go out and attain for myself? Do I need to take more classes? Do I need to pray more? Do I need to, what is it that you need to do to develop yourself? Because, and I say that specifically for business owners, because we are on the Black Business Network. As you go, so does your business. If you are a poor planner in your personal life, you will be a poor planner in your business life. If you have poor communication skills with the people in your personal life, you will have poor communication skills with people in your business life. If you do not manage your money well in your personal life, you will not manage your business funds well. So you want to identify what are the personal development needs that you have, and then go out and seek that. Because once you develop yourself, no one can cancel you. Next is develop a life plan. right? And I say life plan or business plan, whichever way you want to look at it, but sit down and develop a plan. How are you going to overcome being canceled? What does your start over look like? So begin with your end in mind. What is your life plan? What do you want to do? What do you want to achieve? Where do you want to be this time next year? Where do you want to be this time in 5 years? What monetary value is attached to that? Then next is get you an accountability partner. Oh my goodness, I need to tell you guys that has saved my whole entrepreneur life. I have an accountability partner for pretty much every major thing. And I can also say get a mentor, right? I have several mentors. I have a business mentor. I have a spiritual mentor. I have lots of mentors. But I also have several accountability partners. I have a business accountability partner. I have a process accountability partner. I have a credit accountability partner. I have a financial accountability partner. And I also have an accountability partner that is helping me with my coaching business and one that is helping me with writing my book. It is so important that you surround yourself or build a team. Insulate yourself with a team of people who love you, support you, cheerlead for you, and they will not cancel you. You can choose them. You can pick them. You have a choice. And then lastly, I would say, seek to improve your relationship with God. I can tell you that if you are a business owner and you do not have a sustainable belief, I don't know how you're making it. I'm not judging. I'm not canceling, but I am saying that for me, it has worked best in my life that I understand that God is my business partner. And I consult with him on every move, not just personally, but also from a business perspective. And so the last thing that I wanted to just share with you guys, I'm going to move into questions and answers, but I wanted to share my testimony with you all. The way that I arrived here on this platform is because of seeking the guidance from God, and seeking God's guidance led me to the Black Mastermind group. So just understanding that the Black Mastermind group really changed my life because I found a lot of those things that were on that list in that group. I found accountability partners. I found team. I found people that would support me. So I just wanted to share with you, I am also the executive master trainer for the Black Mastermind group, the Houston affiliate, and they have a national organization as well. And they're one of the sponsors of this, but that's how I arrived here. But what I will tell you is being around like-minded people that understand you, they understand your approach, and they are there to support you is the way that you, one, start over, but it is also the way that you reject cancel culture. So that's what I have for you guys. If you guys have any questions, I am available to answer questions.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Ms. Hicks. We'll see if anybody that's viewing has any questions. But in the meantime, I would just like to give a recap. Again, this topic is rejecting cancel culture. And you were covering what cancel culture really was, as well as how does cancel culture impact us and how we can overcome it, reject it, and triumph. And the definition, again, you stated was to call out culture. It is a modern form of ostracism in which someone is thrust out of social or professional circles, whether it be online, on social media, or in person. And you also spoke, which I found to be very eye-opening, that everyday cancel culture. When you touched on the layoffs, the divorce, the illnesses, the differences of approach and opinion, the social aspect, and being the black sheep in the family, I don't think that sometimes we've ever stopped to think that perhaps we have been participating in cancel culture ourselves unknowingly.
Exactly. I gave that so much thought, and I did that because I have experienced, I'm an only child. And so I always tell everyone, so I'm an only child and I have an only child. right? And
Wow.
so I always think to myself that we moved away from Chicago, which is where we're originally from, and we've not had much interaction with our family. And so while I wouldn't say they labeled me a black sheep, I will say that, you know, a lot of times as black families, the saying out of sight, out of mind really is true. And so that could leave you feeling like no one cares. It can leave you feel like you've been canceled from your family. Whether it's true or not, the feeling still exists, right? And so then I have some close friends that they literally will tell me, no, Tiff, I'm actually the black sheep of the family, right? People go out of their way to disagree with me or my methods or whatever because I'm different. And I was like, wow, you know, that's got to be really painful to be a person where your family has canceled you. And then I also liken that to when I got laid off. Like I was hurt. I had relationships that these were people that I went out with. You know, we had drinks together. We lit. Our kids played in Little League together. And then all of a sudden I got laid off and nobody wanted to talk to me. And it hurt because I had to go through that layoff by myself. Right. And so just making sure that people understand that no matter what it is painful. And if you truly care about a person, the time for you to really show your care and your concern is when they're going through something. Don't be there for people when they're at a high and when everything's great. The test of friendship is when you're there for people when they need you, when they're having a valley, right? When they're having challenges. And to understand that for me, you have to have a servitude attitude.
Absolutely.
You have to, does that make sense? You have to be a person that believes in serving people. I'm a giver. I give a lot. And so, and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I was expecting people to give, but I can tell you that when you're a giver and you operate from, you know, I'm emptying my cup out. At some point in your life, you really just want someone to come in and refill you.
That's right.
And it hurts terribly when it's a time when you truly need someone and no one is there. So I've had to learn a couple things. The first thing that I learned is, number one, Tiffany, you cannot help anyone from an empty cup. You have to be there and sustain for yourself. You give when you can give. But the thing that is important is that I always exhibit compassion. Always. Because it's necessary. And God expects that of us. He expects us to have compassion and to have mercy.
Absolutely. And you spoke about your partnership with God. So, you know, he definitely will refill you.
Yes.
When you spend time with him. You know, this topic was so interesting. Also back in November of 2020, the New York Times wrote an article and it was titled, which I thought was kind of significant. What if instead of calling people out, we called them in?
Yes.
And then a month later, in December of 2020, they wrote an article, The Long and Tortured History of Cancel Culture.
Right.
And they just provided a lot of history there. So in this, how important is it for someone to really build up their true identity, their self-love, their self-esteem?
So 100%, you have got to cheer for yourself. Like, you have to understand that when some people say that being full of yourself is selfish, it's not, it's self-full. You have to be full of yourself in a way that you understand that you are as perfect as you can be in this very moment. And just because people disagree with you doesn't mean you're wrong. Now, you could be, it's just super important. You have got to support yourself. You have to be authentic. You have to be true to yourself. It doesn't matter what you do. Someone is always going to reject what you think or believe, period. And you may never know the reasons why. They may reject what you believe because they know you're right and they don't like the attention that you're getting because of it. They may reject it because they're fearful. They may reject it because they're just afraid, like, oh my God, what's going to happen if she says this, or what's going to happen if she does that? But you have to be rooted in the belief that if you are standing for yourself and if you are standing in your power, it doesn't matter what other people say. I say this, if I'm right with God and God is right with me, I'm good. I'm really good. And just understanding that, and that comes from being in an authentic place with yourself. It comes from prayer. It comes from really knowing who you are, but and more importantly, it comes from knowing whose you are. We say that often, knowing that you are a child of God, knowing that you are a woman or man of God, and then understanding what that means, because a lot of people say it, but they don't know what it means. And so I'm gonna bring up one thing. Christians cancel people all the time. Okay. And I would love to let anyone know that if you are in any faith, it is not okay to cancel people because they don't have your beliefs. Like you said, let's bring them in instead of putting them out. Maybe if someone doesn't follow your belief, it might be your chance to talk with them and find out why they don't believe what you believe. Maybe it might be an opportunity for you to evangelize how your beliefs have helped you grow. But that doesn't mean that you have to ostracize them and put them and remove them, right? So, and I say that because there have been lots of times I've gone into church settings and people have been like, very standoffish, or, maybe I've been to a church where somebody looked at someone because they weren't dressed really neatly, but they didn't bother to ask that person was homeless, but they were coming to church because they were wanting to find mercy, compassion, and be embraced. So I just wanted, I didn't put that in the presentation, but I did want to touch on that because I really want people to consider that.
Absolutely. And there was a question that was on the screen that came from the YouTube channel, and it stated, which kind of bounces off of this, but it was stated, isn't a lot of cancel culture also rooted around us having fear of people we don't understand, whether that's their race, class, orientation, etc.?
Exactly. And that's where, canceling people really does come from fear, unless it comes from a place of dislike. But most of the time we're canceling people because of fear. Like you might cancel somebody because you don't want somebody to know that you're associated with somebody that said something or did something that was so far off the mark for you. Right. But I don't have to cancel you to be authentic in myself and say, hey, that's their opinion. That's what they said. I love them. I respect them. I don't support that idea, but I love them. And then pick up the phone and contact that person and say, hey, let's have a talk about this. And then if they are rooted in that, it is okay for you to agree to disagree. But that doesn't mean you don't have to, like I say, this is my saying, you don't have to throw the whole person away.
Wow.
That's not necessary. If you have a piece of bread and let's say you don't want, and I'll use cheese, right? And this is a weird analogy, but I'll use cheese, right? If cheese has a spot on it, you can cut the spot off and then you can continue to eat the cheese, right? You don't have to throw a whole person away because they had one opinion that you don't agree with. You also don't have to throw people away because they have a lifestyle that's different than you. What I'm saying is that you can agree to allow them to live their life as long as it's not impeding on you, and you can make a decision to remove yourself, but you don't have to cancel them and you don't have to speak illy of them either.
I totally agree. Thank you so very much for your wisdom and your time. And one thing that I want to remind the people of what you stated is basically that people can give permission to themselves to start over. So at the end of the day, what I hear is, even though others may cancel you, don't cancel yourself. How can people follow you and stay in touch with you?
So people can actually follow me if you guys want to share that. I don't know if they can share my screen, but I'm on all social media, and my social media is VRE Training for Twitter, VRE Training Solutions on Facebook, and then on Instagram, VRE Training Solutions. And I also have a website. You can go to www.vretrainingsolutions.com, and here's my number and my email address, and I would love to support anyone around starting over.
Well, thank you again for joining us on the Black Business Network. God bless you.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Listen, again, and I know you must be full and there's still more to receive, But right now, what I need you to do is, again, to go to that website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, and help us help some amazing young men and women that are growing, trying to take their education to the next level. Again, we want to be able to bless at least 10 students with a minimum of $5,000 and laptops as well. So again, get those credit cards out or those bank cards out and put those numbers in. It is definitely good to see that you're sowing into great ground. All right, listen, I'll be back. But for now, I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to our new viewers, and welcome back to those that have been with me and just stepped aside for a quick break. We are ready for our next guest this evening. We have Miss San Griffin, who will be speaking on publishing for the culture. She is an author and CEO of Aggrandize Your Life LLC and radio personality, and director at Patricia Taborn Modeling Agency Incorporated. Aggrandize Your Life LLC offers an array of transformative workshops for all ages. Workshops can be customized for the occasion and theme. Ms. Griffin is a skilled professional in child development and family relations. She has worked with youth and their families for over 15 years. Black Hair Love is her second book and first poetry anthology, which she plans to follow with more titles that empower, inspire, and powerfully impact readers of all ages. Her initial book is the Amazon bestseller, The Superhero's Guide to Dominating Their Universe. As CEO of Aggrandize Your Life LLC, her goal is to provide tangible and intangible transformative tools and resources through the literature and workshops she creates. You can discover more about her at www.blackhairlove.info. And at this time, I would like to bring forth Miss San Griffin. Great evening.
I had to unmute myself. Good evening. Good evening. Hello. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much. And we're grateful that you have joined us here on the Black Business Network. And at this time, we are in your hands, and I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Awesome. Awesome. Well, it is a pleasure to be here today. Wow. At the Black Business Expo USA. I enjoyed being a part of the Black Business Olympics last year. So I would love to say thank you to Dr. Eric Kelly for having me again, the team, Mark Lee, Natasha, all you wonderful people behind the scenes. Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be among such greatness, a wonderful tribe of people. And speaking of Black History Month, this is history. This is historic. And it is an honor to be here. So without further ado, I'm going to share my PowerPoint with you. All right, let's see here. Awesome. Just want to make sure you all can see what I see here. So today I'm going to be discussing publishing for the culture. And once again, I'm San Griffin, the CEO of Aggrandize Your Life, which means enlarge your life. Enlarge your life with professional and personal development. And hopefully after this workshop, you will enlarge your life and you will feel enlightened and inspired to publish for the culture. Now, if we have some of you that have a smartphone, you can point your phone to the QR code that's on your screen, and you can connect with me instantly. I would love to get to know you, support you, cheer you on with your goals, and know how you enjoyed this webinar. So go ahead and point your camera to the QR code there, and we will connect instantly. And for those of you all who don't have a QR code on your scanner on your phone, you can reach me at www.aggrandizeyourlife.com, and I have the information at the end of the presentation. Okay, let me go back here. So just a little bit about me. I'm the author, once again, of the Black Hair Love book series. I launched last summer, June 22nd to be exact, during the pandemic, launched 3 books. Black Hair Love, which you can find there at www.blackhairlove.info. And as Natasha mentioned, my first book was The Superhero's Guide to Dominating Their Universe. And that was my very first book I published, self-published in 2017. So I have self-published 4 books total, and 2 have gone on to be best-selling books. And I would love to impart and share with you how you can do the same today. I'm an educator, a podcast host. You can find my podcast right now at Anchor FM. It's Kids Under Pressure at Anchor FM. I'm an event coordinator. I coordinated the Young Entrepreneur Expo for 6 years in Durham, North Carolina at the Hayti Heritage Center. I'm a facilitator of workshops. I do virtual, face-to-face when things open up, schools, churches, you name it, I'll be there. I'm a neuroscience lover, meaning that I have studied neuroscience, and I have a neuroscience certification, which teaches us how to use our brain and mind in making our decisions when we're making business decisions and life decisions. So feel free to contact me, connect with me once again at aggrandizeyourlife.com. All right, we're going to move forward and discuss publishing for the culture. What is publishing for the culture? Publishing for the culture, my definition is creating literary, musical, dramatic, or artistic work that captures the customs, arts, social institutions, and achievements of a particular people for circulation. I will be honing in on literature today, but I do want you all to recognize that publishing for the culture is a broad topic. It is an array of genres. Publishing for the culture is also sharing details of a way of life, heritage, habits, values, and traditions produced or released for distribution. So I'm going to let that marinate right there. What is publishing for the culture? And I want you to think about any books, magazines, movies that you have recently enjoyed that represented the Black culture. One of my favorites that I can think of right now is Jingle Jangle. It's a movie that came out around Christmas. And I tell you, you don't know what you miss until you see it. And my family and I enjoyed watching that movie. It's a story about a Black scientist. They are well-to-do. They are creative. They are entrepreneurs. It is a lovely Christmas movie. If you have not seen it, it's called Jingle Jangle. But I want you to think of books that you've read that represented any of the bullet points here regarding our culture. Now think about your why. I'm going to share my why with you. I'm going to share why I decided to write Black Hair Love. But I want you to be thinking about your why, because your why will keep you up at night. Your why will keep nagging at you. That's what Black Hair Love did for me and the Superhero's Guide to Dominating Their Universe. So I'm going to go back to, I have several whys, but I'm going to start with a why from years ago. I was watching a movie that Chris Rock produced, and it was called Good Hair. And in this movie, he's going around trying to figure out where this good hair, bad hair dialogue comes from. And he goes over to, he goes overseas, and he's talking to an Asian man, and he shows him all of these packs of weave and the straight hair, and it's silky. And Chris Rock said, "No, I don't want that hair." He said, "I want this hair. What about this hair?" and the hair looks like Afro hair, black hair. And the Asian guy said, that's bad hair, bad hair. And I was a teenager, I would like to say, when that movie came out. And it really hit me in a visceral way because I'm thinking to myself, wow, who is he to say that my hair, my type of hair is bad hair? And just growing up in the community, there was always dialogue, good hair, bad hair. This is good hair, this is bad hair. And of course, your hair was tight and coily. They called it nappy or kinky and things of that nature. So it always bothered me. And I knew that I wanted to do something to affirm that all Black hair is beautiful hair and that is special hair. Also, having the dialogue with my children, 3 sons, and they're coming home talking about, this one said I have good hair, and then some of them didn't get that compliment that they had good hair. And I'm like, listen, all hair is good hair, all Black hair is good hair, but I didn't see a book that affirmed that. And my final why is here. I came across this quote that Toni Morrison said. She passed last year, what was it, 2019? And I was looking at a documentary about her, and she said, if there is a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, you must be the one to write it. And that really stuck with me because I knew that it bothered me, and I knew I wanted to do something in a way to share my love for Black hair and to have little Black and brown girls and boys see themselves and see their hair associated with beauty, with love, with strength. And reading that quote, I said, I guess it's waiting on me to write that book because I haven't seen that book. It's something I would enjoy. So Toni Morrison was definitely a part of my why. And I'm a part of her legacy as many others. So I want to share that with you as you think of your why and why it is important for us to share our perspective, our voice, our truth. So we need to share our stories. I came across this meme, and it is actually a true statement because I went on YouTube and saw the actual interview with Huey Newton. And some of you all probably know that Huey Newton was, over the Black Panthers. And he quoted, he said, I do not expect the white media to create positive Black male images. So he was in an interview and they were talking about, and this was in the 80s, the climate of the way that Black males were portrayed in the 80s. And, we're still talking about this in 2021. And this was his comment. He said, I do not expect the white media to create positive Black male images. And the next picture that I saw was this picture. And it says, Dr. Huey Newton, co-founder of the Black Panther Party, because they don't want us to know he had a PhD in social science. They want us to think he was just some ignorant, troublemaking thug. And I can vouch for that because I had no idea he was a PhD, that he was a doctor and had a PhD. I had no idea. The propaganda that I consumed and that I saw painted him, just as they stated, a troublemaking person, an ignorant person, someone who just, praised toting guns and creating chaos. And I start to reflect on that and think about the propaganda, think about the stories. Who is writing or creating these stories? What are their intentions? What are their motives? How do they feel about other cultures? How do they feel about the Black culture? So we must understand that we can't wait for other people to write our stories, other people to tell our truth. We have to use our voices and do it ourselves. The same with Malcolm X in the 80s. I just remember seeing a lot of propaganda with, pictures of him holding the rifle and looking out the window. They don't give you the context. And a matter of fact, the propaganda said, don't be like this person, and had a picture of Malcolm X, and then they had a picture of Martin Luther King beside him and said, be like this person. When they both are heroes to our culture, and the context was not there. The context did they didn't share the narrative that his father was lynched by the KKK. His mother, when he was a teenager, was committed into an insane asylum 3 months later and committed. And he had to go and live with his sister. They don't share that context when they say by any means necessary that he wanted to protect his family, like we see, the NRA and, people saying the Second Amendment now. And they're not thugs or troublemaking. So we have to think about what narrative are they pushing, and what's the motive and the intention, and who is, sharing these stories. This is why we need to share our stories, share our truth, and our perspective. The world needs it, and the next generation need it. Our culture, our people need it, as well as other cultures. I like to say that my books are window books and mirror books, because other cultures get to look in and see what we love about our hair, how we feel about our hair, our thoughts about our hair, our truth. So whatever you create will also be a window for other cultures. I want to share this statistic here: diversity in children's books 2018. So if you look here, 50% of the books are of white children. And this mirror here represents that they get to see themselves. If you look at the top of the picture here, you see them as royalty, as astronauts, music. You see all kinds of things up there. They're able to see themselves in mirror books. Okay? And 27% of the books are about animals and others. So you see the mirror there of the bear. He sees his whole self. Now, beside the bear is the Black girl, the African American girl, Black girl. 10% of the books are about Black children in 2018. So this was the, I couldn't find anything up to date as far as 2020, but you get the gist that, we're not too far off. We're still not too far off from these numbers. And so that mirror that the little Black girl has is cracked, and it doesn't show her full body. It's distorted. That represents the African American literature, the Black literature in children's books. And this study was done by a reputable organization, and you could find a lot of these statistics on Lee and Low, which I have at the end of the PowerPoint. So beside the little Black girl, we have the Asian Pacific Islander, Pacific American, 7%, even smaller than the African American, than Blacks. And then 5% for the Latinos, 1% for the American Indians and First Nations. So needless to say, Needless to say, we need diverse voices, perspectives. We need to publish for the culture because all of the children need to be represented properly. They need to see themselves in literature. They need to see themselves as royalty, as astronauts, as doctors, as future lawyers. They need to see their community. They need to see things that are familiar with them. And most importantly, they need to see that beautiful Black hair and know that it's beautiful. So this is why we need your voice. Now, I mentioned to someone I was preparing this PowerPoint, and they said, we need some of these people that are in higher positions to start creating this. And I said, oh, hold it right there. I said, no, what you're waiting on is you. We are who we are waiting for. If it is to be, is up to me. Say that. If it is to be, is up to me. So if you see lack anywhere, if something bothers you, if these numbers bother you, then it's up to you. You can create. There are so many avenues today that can help you with writing. There are so many writing groups. There are so many workshops. All you have to do is just start and have the desire. And the information is out there. We live in the age of technology. YouTube, Facebook, you name it. You can connect with me. I can connect you to the resources that you need. Your voice, your perspective, our narratives is needed. So once again, this is a pictorial that is an older pictorial, but I wanted to show you all the diversity gap. Now, 2021, I'm pretty sure, this is 2012. This was 3 out of 124 authors were people of color that had New York Times bestsellers. I'm pretty sure it could be maybe 15, maybe out of 124. But the point is, we need more diverse voices. We need to close the diversity gap even more. LeonLowBooks.com. LeonLow.com is where you can find these statistics and numbers and a wealth of information about diverse literature. So I was able to locate a 2019 statistics on diversity in publishing. So we have here 76% of the industry is white in 2019. 76%. 74% woman, 81% they doing the orientation here, which is straight, and then 89% non-disabled. 89%. As you can see, we have to close that diversity gap. We need to share our voices, share our perspective. And as a matter of fact, on the news today, they highlighted that the News and Observer listed 5 things we need to know about Black history in North Carolina and that should be taught in schools. And a lot of states are reintroducing the way they teach Black history, the way they teach American history, because Black history is American history. And they are revisiting how to present that, because all too often our information is omitted, it's inaccurate, it's misinformation. And so we have to be more vigilant. We have to demand that change come. And we could be a part of that change by producing more books that can go into these schools, into the libraries, into the recreational centers, into the churches, into the homes. You could be a part of that. Let me a little bit. Okay. So here I have a tweet from my Twitter thread, MC Hammer. He set social media on fire last week. He actually stated this. He said, "You bore us. The debate is about science." Okay, so he said, if science is a commitment to truth, shall we cite all the historical non truths perpetuated by scientists? Of course not. It's not science versus philosophy, it's science and philosophy. Elevate your thinking and consciousness. When you measure, include the measurer. So let's just build a house right here for a second. Okay, because social media went on fire. First of all, people like to put you in a box. They're like, Hammer, you're the rapper. No, we are not a monolith, okay? And we are great at everything we do and at multiple things. And PhDs, doctors from all areas were commending him and agreeing with him and saying, we are mutual. We are mutual. They were agreeing with Hammer in his statement. Elevate your thinking and consciousness. When you measure, include the measurer. So when your child, when you're thinking about the literature that they're reading in school or the movies and things of that nature, I would like to say, think about who created, this work. How do they feel about our culture? How do they feel about you? When you measure, include the measurer. So I'm saying that you can also use that in this context. When you're looking at different works, who created this? When they created bad hair, oh, black hair is bad hair, who said that? Did they care about us? Did they dislike us? Did they have a disdain for us? Because I created 3 books called Black Hair Love. Black Hair Love for preschoolers, Black Hair Love, and Black Hair Love for teens and up. And my intentions were positive intentions and loving intentions where when, excuse me, when your child read the book, they feel the love. They feel someone cared about them that wrote this book. They feel empowered. They feel more confident. They feel special. So it's very important to think about who produced what you are consuming. On TV, they call it programming for a reason. In your Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, they call it feed. You're feeding yourself something. You're feeding yourself your eye gates, your ear gates. Who is behind the propaganda? Who is behind the books? Who is behind the pictures, the words, that movie? We need our voices to speak loud and clear and share our stories. According to leeandlow.com, this was in 2019, they state, why does diversity in publishing matter? The book industry has the power to shape culture in big and small ways. The people behind the books serve as gatekeepers who can make a huge difference in determining which stories are amplified and which are shut out. If the people who work in publishing are not a diverse group, how can diverse voices truly be represented in its books? So we need you. We need you, whether it's in marketing, whether you're a publicist, whether you are a publishing consultant, whatever you could think of in the publishing industry, we need you. Whether you're an illustrator creating beautiful works of art, showing Black, brown, beautiful children and adults and families, we need you. Do it for the culture. Now, you can choose your path. I'm going to share my story as I go through the PowerPoint and share my truth. But you can choose your path. I won't tell you which path to choose, but I will present to you some pros and cons. The traditional path, the publisher retains certain legal rights. Self-published, you retain all legal rights. Traditional publishers control the timeline of the book project. When you self-publish, you own and control over the book line, the book timeline. For instance, I wrote from October to January, and the book launch was in June. So we created a timeline in between from June 22nd on back. We created a timeline when we wanted the information back from the manuscript back from the editors, when we wanted the illustrations, all of those things. But when I talked to other people, they said, "Oh no, it's going to take you well over, a year or 15 months." So I was able to control that timeline. The publisher decides the cover art and the title. When you self-publish, you can control the cover art and the title. I actually designed all three of those covers, and for a particular reason, and I'll share that a little later on. But my first book, I actually had an illustrator design that cover for me. Traditionally, publishers have in-house editing and designers, which can be very convenient for some. But when you self-publish, you must invest in those editors and illustrators. You have to have a budget for that. And if you are not doing a children's book, say you're just doing a novel, something of that nature, you don't have a lot of pictures, it's a lot easier. Traditionally, publishers wear all of the cost, and self-published, the author wears all the costs. But I listed here a couple of ideas for you. You can use the GoFundMe. A lot of people do that, or Kickstart. There are a lot of organizations that help people start businesses, and being an author is a business. And you can share your synopsis, your ideas, your goals for that book, and start asking people to invest in your dream. Traditionally, publishers keep majority of the royalties. Self-published, the author keeps majority of the royalties. Traditionally, the publisher likely to provide limited marketing. And as a self-published author, you have to create that marketing plan or hire a publicist or agent or someone to, take care of that for you. So either way, you will be, making a decision on marketing. So hopefully this is helpful as you decide what path you would like to take when you write your book for the culture. Now, my journey, I'm going to share a little bit about my journey creating the Black Hair Love series. Like I mentioned before, I was so glad that I used a publishing consultant because I was able to be hands-on and make pretty much 99% of the decisions that I wanted for the cover and the inside of the book. I was very intentional putting Black males on the cover because I also did a little research and found out that we don't have a lot of Black males represented in a positive light on the covers, and I wanted to definitely have Black males represented on each cover. I wanted to, for the teen book, Black Hair Love, you see the crown there. I wanted to put that there because when I see our young boys and girls hair growing straight up. You know, Les Brown just recently said that our hair is the only hair that's aerodynamic, that goes straight up to to the sun. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. But I see royalty. I see a crown oozing through their pores with the jagged edges. And I wanted the world to see what I see. Instead of seeing devil ears like, you know, some people feel they see when they see our young boys and girls, I wanted them to see what I see. I see royalty. I see a crown oozing through their pores and God reminding them who they are every time they look in the mirror. So that's why I did that on that particular book. And in the middle book, the illustrator Igia Charles, she's from South Carolina. This is her drawing called Black Boy Joy. And once again, when I think of our hair, I think of beautiful flower. You know, all flowers, you have to care for them differently. So just because you have to do a little more, you know, caring for this flower doesn't mean it's a bad flower. It's beautiful and it grows straight up to the sun, straight up to God. So very intentional choosing these covers. And I'm going to share a little bit about my journey. And we will be ending and see if you all have any questions. Feel free to let me know. So my sequence of events as an indie author. First, I did some research. Okay. I knew that I wanted to do something regarding hair. I wasn't sure. And I decided to do poems because with poems, you don't have to worry about punctuation so much. You don't have to worry about the structure. You can just be free and be creative and just represent, you know, what's inside. And I just love being creative, and I didn't want to be put in a box. So I chose poetry, and I had to research hair. And I realized that hair is just not hair. In Africa, our hair represented whether you were married, your tribe. It represented so much, you know, who you are, what family you're a part of. Our hair is a part of our culture. And I also found out that locks is not just a Black thing. You know, the first documentation of locks was actually in India. Yes, it was actually in India. They found a mummy that was, what, about 4,000 years old, and it had locks, still had the locks intact. And locks is a part of all cultures. I found where they were actually in England. They were actually, you know, just wasn't Africa and Jamaica like, you know, mass media portrays. But locks is a cultural thing in all cultures. So I did a little research because I wanted my book to have actual references and truth and to come from a place of love and knowledge. So I wrote the poems in a manuscript, in a tablet, you know, just a journal. Just start writing what you want to discuss. Write it down. And I did that over the course of 4 months. I sought out a publishing consultant because I realized I wanted to self-publish. And I contacted someone who already had published books and had books of their own. And I received 3 quotes. I checked out their work. And one thing I want to recommend is that you definitely have an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, before you start showing your work to other people. You want to protect your work. That's your baby. That's your vision. That's your seed. So you want to protect that. I highly recommend an NDA before you start showing, you know, your manuscript to others. Have them sign that. Okay. Once I decided on the published consultant, like I mentioned earlier, we created a timeline for launching the book. And we talked about everything from A to Z. Okay. We talked about when we wanted the illustrations, when I needed the manuscript back edited, the formatting, when we're going to launch the ebook and the print version. So you want a timeline for everything, and then have a little wiggle room, you know, just in case life happens. which it did. This is publishing during a pandemic. Okay, let's not forget that. And so we would meet via Zoom or Google Hangouts. So you could be very flexible, and you don't have to wait till later to start. You can actually start now working on your project. Okay, next I sought out an editor, a line editor, and a copy editor. So you may say, well, Sam, I'm not a good writer. Guess what? They recommend that you just write, just let your ideas flow. And you can hire someone to go through it and make sure it flows grammatically, make sure it flows, make sure the storyline flows. That's their job. And that's the job I don't want. So I definitely had an editor because I just wanted to focus on, just getting those words out, getting the idea out, and then going from there. But actually, I can truly say they did not have to do a lot of editing because it was poetry. Once again, poetry, you have more flexibility. And copyright your work. You want to register your copyright, copyright.gov. You want to copyright your work. It's very easy. You can upload that PDF or that document. Once you type it up from the manuscript, you want to copyright your work. And you can do that while you're still getting the editor to edit it. And you can upload, once the edits are done, you can upload another manuscript. All right. This is what I did next. I formed a small focus group to read some of the poems and give me feedback. So the focus group consisted of my sister, a hairdresser, Inez, who does natural hair, and me and her shared a common bond of love for Black hair, a couple friends, and I had them to read some of the poems and to see if that was something that they think, the world can enjoy, and something that we needed to hear, and something that, that could make a great book. And they did. I got great feedback from them, and it encouraged me to go on. So I highly recommend a focus group. My first book, The Superhero's Guide to Dominating the Universe, I actually had a school teacher and a principal to read that book. So depending on your target market, you would probably like to get someone from that market to read your books. Some homeschool parents, read some of the poems or insert. You want to determine the layout and the format. And then once again, definitely apply for your Library of Congress number. I had to do that as well. And doing that, I'm telling you all, it is a pivotal moment because you realize that this is going to live beyond you. This is legacy. The Library of Congress is documenting your work, your published work. So your children's children will have that to reference when you're gone. So publishing your work is legacy. We designed the cover, which I showed you those, and we decided which platform to upload the book to sell. I started with Kindle Direct Publishing. So if anyone's taking notes, you can Google Kindle Direct Publishing, and there's a wealth of information there. I think they even have a Kindle Direct Publishing Academy where you can find out all you need to get started if you want to self-publish. And so that's my story I want to share with you all, and hope it inspired you to consider publishing for the culture. All right, let's see, it's going backwards. Let's go forward. Now, my question to you is, how many stories are inside of you that need to be told? I know you have some stories. I know everyone has a pandemic story. Whether it's being an accountant during the pandemic, being a single parent during the pandemic, being a teenager during the pandemic. Yeah, I'm not going to charge y'all for this. I hope you're taking notes because these are great topics to talk about. Because think about this. This is a historic moment. People, your grandchildren, 50 years from now are going to be reading about the 2020 pandemic, okay? They're going to be reading about this. They need to read your perspective, your voice, the things that we experienced during the pandemic, the different traumas. Black Lives Matter movement, was empowered and going strong because we saw Black men being brutally killed in the streets during the pandemic. I mean, it's so much that we could talk about and write about and share. I like to say your mess is your message and your test is your testimony. So you have something that you can share. Whatever you went through is not for you. It is for someone else, to be a blessing to someone else.
That's right.
Let them know that you made it. But I'm going to end on that note because I think my time is running out. And I just want to remind you, shut down that negative self-talk and start writing. I want you to connect with me at www.blackhairlove.info. And thank you so much for your time and attention. And I'm going to see if Natasha is back.
I'm here. I am here.
Okay.
This was absolutely wonderful. It was absolutely wonderful and so necessary. I think I felt a little conviction like, oh, there are some things I need to be doing. And this is why. I loved how you referenced creating a window book for other cultures.
Yes, absolutely.
And to learn. I thought that was very, very key. I love your name, Grandes, anyway, in terms of the fact that it does mean to enlarge your life and how powerful words truly, truly are. Not only from us reading them, but from us speaking them. I know also, again, you've stated about knowing your why.
Yes.
I think oftentimes when we get distracted, we need to go back or frustrated. Mm-hmm. We need to go back to what was at the core. What is the absolute why? You were speaking about, and I don't want to just skip over it because I think the fact that you have a book series yes. when it comes to Black Hair Love is amazing. Like you said, you referenced Chris Rock's Good Hair. I don't know if you saw the Hair Love movie, the short film.
I did.
That won an Oscar. I just happened to view, I saw that, I thought it was amazing. And I just viewed last night just to see how many people had actually looked at it and had over 59 million views.
Yes, yes.
So that tells you
last year. I saw it in November last year.
It just absolutely amazing. And I know there's a company called Blended Designs 1954, and they sell different products. And I actually bought a book bag for my son. He's now 11, but when he was 9, I bought it and it says, I can do anything. But literally there is a Black boy on the back that looks like him. So yes. As he wore it, and he's still wearing it now, he's proud. And he would walk to the hallways and to classrooms. People were like, "Oh my goodness, Connor, he looks like you." And there was such pride in that. And to be honest, the one of the women, the mother that created this book bag, it came from the fact that her 8-year-old son asked for a book bag that looked like him. So again, we go back into the importance of representation, but specifically for hair. So you're talking about it. You want, people in our culture to feel empowered and to love themselves, but it's also necessary because we know that it can also tie into policy later on. I had seen an article from 2019 and it's titled, How Natural Black Hair at Work Became a Civil Rights Issue. And it talks about how did we get here? And then in 2020, there's another article titled, Is Hair Discrimination Race Discrimination? And just in case people are not familiar or maybe they need refreshers, I'm going to remind them of just 6 instances where people were discriminated against based on their hair. And that was in 2017 with Maya and Deanna Cook, twin sisters in Massachusetts. They had to serve detention when school officials determined that their braids violated school policy. In August of 2018, Clinton Bailey Jr., a 6-year-old student at Books Christian Academy in Florida, was sent home from school on account of his hair. The child's father was told that the school handbook states that boys are not permitted to have dreadlocks. In September 2018, officials at Christ the King Middle School in Terrytown, Louisiana, informed one of its students that she was being expelled from the school because her extensions or braids were unacceptable under their school code. In December 2018, Andrew Johnson, a Black New Jersey teenager, was made to cut his dreadlocks by a white referee to continue participating in his school's wrestling match. And the final two in January 2020, DeAndre Arnold, an 18-year-old at Barbers Hill High School in Mont Bellevue, Texas, was suspended from school for dreadlocks he started growing in the 7th grade in the same school district, and he was facing possibly missing his high school prom and graduation. He has since withdrawn from the school district and had enrolled elsewhere. And then finally, in January of 2020, a second student at Barbers Hill High School, a 16-year-old, Caden Bradford, was suspended for the length of his dreadlocks, which actually happened to be DeAndre's cousin. So we see that both from females being discriminated against and as well as males. So I love the fact that you had a male on the cover.
Yes.
And that crown there. That was critical.
Yes.
Absolutely. So I thank you for that. I know that I had actually visited your site because I was not familiar on yesterday. And when I saw that Black Hair Love logo with the pic and I said, oh, I'm ordering one of them shirts. So I'm definitely going to be rocking one of those shirts and other products from you. So again, how can people follow you and stay in touch with you?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I am on Instagram.
Okay.
Black Hair Love. That's BLAC_K Hair Love. And also my brand Aggrandize Your Life. That name is on Instagram as well. The website, www.blackhairlove.info and aggrandizeyourlife.com. And so my social media are on those websites, and definitely connect with me. I would love to connect with you all as well.
Absolutely. And before you go, I would just like to restate some of the things that you stated. If it is to be, it is up to me. You also referenced and had the graphic up that stated, your voice, your perspective, our narrative is needed. MC Hammer's quote, when you measure, include the measure. And then I would like to present two things. Marcus Garvey stated, don't remove the kinks from your hair, remove them from your brain. And of course, we know that, activist Angela Davis, she was a great advocate when it came to that. She deliberately rocked that afro to fight against the standard of American beauty. So again, thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for what you've already put out there. We're looking forward to what's still yet to come. And again, thank you for visiting us here on the Black Business Network. Have a wonderful evening.
My pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful, rich information. If you have not been taking notes, I don't know what you've been doing. I have no idea. You have to just be in the overflow of great knowledge and anticipation of who's coming up next or what is it that you need to be doing along your journey. So again, at this time, another purpose of this segment and this whole Black Business Olympics is to raise funding for students of our next generations so that they can become, even further educated. These are our great leaders and we want to sow into them. So please make your financial contributions. You can visit www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, no amount is too small or too large. Listen, don't go anywhere. We still have can you believe that? Yet another amazing speaker coming up. And guess what? I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
All right, we are back. We are back. We are back. And at this time, I would like to extend great gratitude to the following individuals: to Mr. Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners and Black Leaders Worldwide; Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley, an associate; and Dr. Danetta Watson of the National Mastermind Group, as well as the Black Business Expo board. Listen, it's been, again, a full day of nothing but the best guest speakers who have just poured all into each and every one of us that are viewing. And we are ready for our next guest, who is none other than Miss LaShawn Hartley. And she's going to be speaking about customer friendliness. Ms. Hartley is a director of the Small Business Center at Durham Technical Community College. She oversees the Small Business Center to support the development of new businesses and the growth of existing businesses by being a community-based provider of training, counseling, and resource information that assists with business creation, funding, job creation and retention, profitability, sound infrastructure, strategic decision-making and planning, and sustainable growth, while adhering to the guidelines of the Small Business Center Network and Durham Tech. Without further ado, let's extend a warm, loving welcome to Miss LaShawn Hartley.
Long day, and you've all had a lot of information, and life just comes in the way, and I've had to change my location for this presentation. So that life happens, but we keep on moving, keep on going. So I want people to realize that this is going to be more of laid back, because we know it's late in the hour, but it's going to still be informative. So this actual presentation and title actually occurred as a result of what has happened to me in the last 2 months. Wow. So when Eric was talking about, well, what topic? And I said, well, don't want to necessarily do what we did before. That's part of customer friendliness. I said, let's talk about customer friendliness. And a lot of people are asking, well, what is that? What's a terminology a friend and I coined as we were talking about my journeys. And this is several journeys. So that's why I was going to sit back and I'm going to tell you all the different ways that customer friendliness is affecting businesses, especially amid COVID. Companies are getting more and more affected by customer friendliness because of COVID. And the organizations that I've been affected by, except for one, I let them know immediately how they're affecting me as the customer, even before I became the customer. So that's what this journey is going to be about. Going to talk about customer friendliness. And I appreciate if anybody has any comments or questions along the way, just definitely put that out there and let me know, because I'm going to give you all examples of what it means to be customer friendly. It's wonderful. More than customer service.
Take it away. We are ready to learn. The floor is yours, and I will see you on the other side.
I look forward to it. So hello, everyone. I'm trying to get my screen to share. I have clicked on it. There we go. So customer friendliness is more than customer service. And I'm not going to be teaching this. I'm just going to lead, because I'm going to lead you through the journey to think about different things. And this is being brought today by my company, LAH Companies, where I do similar things. I counsel, I train, I do presentations, coach. So my goal is to take you on the journey of understanding that customer service is important, but it's more important for you to have customer friendliness. So with that in mind, what do I mean by customer service? So there's so many definitions that were out there about customer service, and so many people were saying the same thing over and over again. But just to get to the broad definition of it, customer service is how a business treats a customer before, during, and after the purchase of a product. Now, I'm using the word customer here loosely. The fact of the matter that you're hoping that someone who connects with you during their customer service experience is going to become a customer. So this means those who are potential customers, the ones you currently have, and then the question becomes, are they currently your customer because they want to be, or are they currently your customer because they have to be? And you're going to understand that some more when I talk about customer friendliness. We're going a little bit more in detail. What do I mean by customer service? And just a little bit detail, because I didn't want this to run over to a paragraph and the page just be so full. But it's how a business communicates and assists a customer who is seeking information and or assistance before, during, and after the purchase of a product. So customers may just have questions about what you do, how it's done, what they can do with it. Should they do something with it? How should they do something? How do they put it together? They've got the directions, they've seen the videos, but those things aren't really helping them to really understand what it is. So even though it might be clear and explicit, even though there might be pictures, it's the way that customers, the business is communicating with those customers. So what is customer friendliness, which is what I'm going to be talking about? It's the journey a customer goes through to communicate with the company when they're seeking that information and or assistance before, during, and after the purchase of the product. Notice the definition, that more detailed definition of customer service is there. The customer is interacting with the company, seeking information and assistance. But the key thing about customer friendliness is the journey that customer has to go through. The journey is the key here, because the journey is the difference between you keeping a customer who is satisfied and being loyal to you, and one who, when something else comes along, they'll jump ship. Even if that something else is the same price and sometimes even more expensive than what you have to offer, the journey you took the customer through matters. That's what matters. Think about life. We call this the journey of life. People don't want to go through the journey of life through struggles, trials, and tribulations, even though we do. But we look for ways for things to be easier. We look for ways that even if we have to trudge through the mud, what will help us to trudge through the mud, that we can walk through that mud without having that additional resistance, putting on levels of stress, miscommunication, disinformation, and possibly sometimes going in the totally wrong direction. That's what this is all about, the journey the customer goes through. So I'm going to take you through some journeys I've gone through and to show you how this affects customers. So one journey I'll start with, since we're amid the pandemic and it's COVID, was the journey of getting vaccination for one of my play mothers. So in this journey, had to get on waiting lists. So it's adults, especially seniors, they don't like you telling them just be somewhere. They like to know that they're going to go somewhere and that they are going to get seen. And they don't like camping out. So there are some communities that have made life easy, understanding that 65 and above demographic, to say you will sign up for a specific time, you will come in, you're the only one there. Then there are others, which is the one we ended up going to because they were the first one to call. Well, we went to one that I called the mass herd call of people coming in. So registration was simple. We got online, got on the list. They called on the telephone and we signed up. Now let me back up. That sounded simple, but there was one problem in that process. You had to have an email address to even sign up. Well, how many people over the age of 65 years of age have an email address? Many do. I mean, my mother did, and she was 81. Also, not based upon just the fact that they don't have the emails, in fact, because of technology. Some people cut having internet. So they're like, I've got, and that's what my play mother said. She said, I've got all my play daughters. They'll take care of anything. It goes to them. So we end up having to use my email address. But then I'm working during the days. So then we had to use her home phone number. When they called, we then had to coordinate us getting there. They said, you have a 9 o'clock appointment. We were like, great. 9 o'clock on that Wednesday, we'll be there. And we're going to actually go earlier because we had to travel 45 minutes to this location. Now, mind you, customer friendliness, those who were near us didn't have spaces. Those who were at a distance did. But they accommodated us. So that was customer friendliness on their part, that they were like, just come, we'll be there to provide the assistance. So we get there, we're there 15 minutes early, and we see these lines. And we're like, okay, we have to get in a line. We thought this was an appointment. So they're like, do you have an appointment? We were like, yes. They said, okay, you go on this line. So we were like, great, because we were passing other cars as we were going up. Wonderful. This is working well. So we got to position number 11, only to find out that all the cars that were to our left, which were 3 lines of cars, were all full with people who also had an appointment. She was flabbergasted, frustrated, along with myself. But we're talking about the customer here being my play mother. She was like, I have to sit. Well, how long? So then they come, they check you in. And then they said, well, the appointment is actually between 9 and 11. She went, what? And we were like, well, no one told us that. Between 9 to 11, we were told be here at 9. And then I said to them, I said, well, that's unfair to people, because what if people were coming and they have to take medicine, they have food, they have other places to go. They didn't know that they were going to have to wait until between 9 and 11. Okay, so that was that part. They apologized. They said those who set the appointment should have told people that information. We were not the only one that was being told this. So then we sat. Well, then the next thing was seniors took medicine, and my play mother was one, had to use the facilities. So we said, well, where are the facilities? They were a journey walk. I understand the customers we're dealing with, 65 years and older. They had to walk to the facilities, and then they had to wait. Guess what? They were porta potties. We have senior citizens going to have, first of all, to walk. So now if they had canes, if they had walkers, they had to take that out. Then they had to go to the porta potty, use the porta potty, and then come back. All this within that 2-hour frame. So when asked some questions, folks were like, well, we thought about people may having to use the restrooms, so we put them in places we thought would be great. I said, but no one thought about the customer and the journey the customer would have. Appreciate the fact that there were restrooms and facilities that were closer than the place we're going into, but you still had a journey to get there. That's not customer friendliness. Not for those customers. And even if it was someone who was our age. Well, let's get back on the journey to getting the vaccination. Because remember, this is about the service of getting the vaccine. Well, guess what? While we're in line, a car overheats. So that customer now is frustrated, because if they didn't have to sit there with their car waiting for them to come and service them, their car possibly would not have overheated. Now, this could be an analogy for you if somebody has to wait online to talk to someone, and you have to wait an hour, 2 hours. Well, whatever tool or service that you're using may get into that overheating syndrome. If I'm on a phone where I have to pay for the minutes, if I have my laptop, and my laptop is not able to, is on battery, and it's not on the system. Okay. I am just like, oh my goodness. So somebody out there at least had to help them. We started moving. Great, wonderful. We now started moving. They've asked all the questions they had to ask outside. We get a sheet of paper to fill out. This sheet of paper is created by the CDC. Now, I understand why the sheet is being created, because they need to know some information. And there's some questions, and you just have to do yes, no, or don't know. Well, one of our questions was, why weren't we given this form while we were sitting in line? Mind you, it took us an hour and a half to get in. So we were there at 8:45 for what was supposed to be a 9 o'clock appointment, only to wait and have to wait given to us beforehand. Why did it have to wait till later? Then when we got to the questions, there were some mighty big words there. And I said, no, we're going to put don't know. It's about, are you allergic to this? Have you ever had that? We had no idea what they were. They were the scientific and industry names. So they were the proper names, but the average person didn't understand it. And that's a problem a lot of businesses have. They'll put the correct information. Like, for example, your business owners, you may have people say financial projections. Well, what are you meaning by financial projections? Especially if someone's in it, they say, well, I have my estimations. Is that it? Well, what kind of estimations do you have? Well, do you have your income statement or your profit and loss statement? Wait a minute. I thought those were the same. In accounting, they're not. There's an income statement and a profit and loss statement from an accounting point of view. But those of us who are out here in the world, we use them interchangeably, but they're not the same. Credit and debit. If I'm talking to someone with an accounting background, what we as lay people understand as credit is different than how they put things, as well as what we call debit is different. Because for a bank, a credit card is really a debit for them, and a debit card is really a credit for them. Oh my goodness. But it made sense to those who were putting it together, because those are the words in the industry. And every industry has different meanings for some of the same words. So we say, well, we've got it simplistically put in place, and we're being as simple as possible. We're making the questions as short as we can. But can the customer understand what you're trying to say as they're going on the journey to get your services? And if they don't know, in this case, we're going for a vaccine, that's important. But if we were imparting from our money, how likely are we to give our money to someone who asks us questions that we don't even understand? And there's no one there for us to ask the questions, because all we were being told when you get stuff, go ahead, come on, move, close the gap, close the gap, close the gap. And how many times where you've been on the phone with a customer service rep and you're trying to ask the question, and because they're on a timer, they're moving you along. Or when you go to a fast food restaurant and you're in line and they're saying, can you go over here so we can serve the others? And you're going like, okay, what's making mine so special? And then you're sitting there and you're also ticking up the time. Now I understand we're doing really special orders or very large orders. I can understand that. But we have this document. So we were asked the questions. And I wonder how many other people just put no for not understanding rather than checking off don't know. And we'll say that, we'll say when we're making our questionnaires and when we're making our forms for feedback, or we're doing intake forms, oh, these are simple yes or no questions. And if they, we'll put don't or no or not applicable, thinking that people will, if that's the case, will do that. And how did my play mother do it? She said, well, I don't understand what it is, so I'm going to say no. And then we wonder why we get frustrated when that customer comes to us, and based on that information that we've received that we felt was going to give us that leg up to help them and give them the customer service they need, it didn't. And you're finding out that the no's should have been something else. Well, then that's a question of whether or not your document is customer friendly. If you're getting folks that, especially the people who you want to be your customer, are not able to answer those questions in a way that helps you to provide them the correct customer service in an effective, efficient, and proficient manner, it's customer service, but it's not customer friendly. You're not speaking in the language and the manner that they can understand. So then we get in and I ask the question, because I've been told to ask for a person to voice, the concerns, because I said they need to let people know this, that you may be sitting for 2 hours, and then after getting the vaccine, you're supposed to sit another 15. So people and that person, I asked for them. Oh, we don't know who that person is. Oh my goodness. Now I spoke to some people on the outside that told me who to speak to. Now I asked for that person and I'm getting roadblocks. I even had a person say, well, what do you want to talk to them about? And when I told them, oh, now they became more open to helping me. Before they came to me with an attitude like, why are you asking these questions? You just need to move along. What is this about? Those folks are busy. They're handling things. This is what I was told. How many times are people getting that from you, your pages? Even your website can do that, where people ask questions and it's in the comment section and you have people doing reviews on you and you're seeing the same thing over and over again, but it's like a roadblock. That happened to me. I was looking at some homes, and I was looking at some builders that was told about in the area to look up to find out some information. And their response to every complaint was, your home is past the 1-year warranty, and we're sorry that you've experienced this, but it's past the 1-year warranty. Where's the customer service? That's not customer friendly. Yes, you did customer service of letting me know that you've seen my writing. You took the time to respond to me, but it wasn't customer friendly. And guess what? I, as a potential customer, was turned off. And as I told other people about it, they were like, wow, that's all they said? Even in your matter-of-fact way and how you're being professional with people, still remember that customer friendliness, especially when that person will be telling others as they come along. Guess what? I never got to see the person. I was told to email the Department of Health and Human Services, and they'll get to it. So that meant others who were coming behind us, who were already being scheduled, would not get a journey that was customer friendly. They got a journey and they were provided customer service. Everybody, for the most part, was nice. Everybody was considerate. When things were bad, they apologized. They were there for us. So they gave us good customer service, but it wasn't customer friendliness. Let me take you on another journey. So there was a journey that we're dealing with a young lady that needed to refinance her home. And there was a situation that came up with a young lady. She's over 65, but I call them young still. And Social Security proclaimed they overpaid her over 2 years ago. Now, for those of you who don't know, with Social Security, if you ever overpaid, they're going to get their money back. Well, guess what? there were some letters sent to her during COVID, and she didn't get one of the letters that would have allowed her to put it in a payment plan. And by the time she got the next letter, it was past the 60 days. Customer service was given to her to let her know that there was a problem and that she could rectify it. But customer friendliness didn't occur because she didn't get the letter. Well, we know a lot's going on. You have a business, you're doing a lot, you're sending things out, getting people information. So you've got to balance it. I understand. But understand the frustration it caused, because now she still had to pay that money. So then she had to figure out how to do it. How many times have you done that to your customers, that if they want to still utilize your services in a timely manner, and especially if you put something on a discount or sale, they now have to I'm in spam, and I sent you an email. I sent you 2 emails. You got my others. And I've shown people in groups and organizations where within their organization, as they're emailing each other, some of those emails within the organization went to spam or the junk folder, and others went to the inbox. Then on top of that, the email companies have shortened the window of how long things can be in that junk folder. So sending out that one email to remind people, yes, it's coming up. You know, I talked to you, and are you ready to take advantage of it? That was customer service. But it was not, and it's not right now, especially amid COVID with everything technology-based, customer friendliness. And the fact you go, well, I sent you an email, we're sorry, the period is over. Especially anybody who's still working at a company, or your company is so big and you've got several layers. Understand that customer's journey now and how they feel. Now they feel short-sighted. Now you're taking the onus on them that they should have made you a safe email address. Did you tell them that? Did you say, we will be corresponding with you by email? Can you make sure our email is considered a safe email? And this is the email address we will be responding to you by. Well, let's talk about how you can make matters even worse with the customer service, but not customer friendly with that aspect. Several different emails from your company are going to be utilized to correspond with the person. Accounts payable, maybe accounts receivable for those of you who are receiving funds. Info, customer care, the rep, all of these are coming at them. How are they to know who to look to and how to look to? Make it as simple as possible for the customer. Yes, you're providing customer service, but is it customer friendly on this journey? So with that being done with Social Security, she had to look at getting funds from, she talked to a financial planner, and they said, well, forbearances are being offered. If you do a forbearance, then you can make your payments on everything else, still keep your good credit, because that was her main thing. I pay my bills on time, and I want to make sure I still do. And they're looking at taking my check for 1.5 months. I'm going to have 2 checks then, and they're going to be less. So she went into forbearance. Beautiful. Customer service was wonderful. They took her through the process. Everything was simple. They told her she was set until April. She only needed to January, but they told her, no, you can have it to April. Well, she finished with Social Security and she went forward. What happened was she came back and said, I need to refinance my house. Well, guess what? The forbearance, her credit mortgage company said, oh, when you go on forbearance, you got to become current. And she said, no one explained that to me. Oh, well, that's the forbearance process. But that's their forbearance process. That wasn't the way with every mortgage company, because some mortgage companies allowed their people to refinance while they were in forbearance. But that was the way they understood it, and that she should have understood it, they said. but she didn't. So worked out a process for her to go ahead and pay to get current. They told her if she paid current, because what she did is she actually called me, and I got on the call with her, and I asked all the questions. I said, okay, we don't want to have to go through this process again. We don't want to have her keep calling back, because that's what she ended up doing. She get one information from one rep, then she called to another rep. They gave her different information, and in her mindset, the information was different. I mean, in the field that I am, I saw the similarities in what they were saying, but she didn't. She's not in our field. She's been in the culinary field most of her life. That's what she retired from. So she didn't understand these things that they were talking about. Well, the forbearance also said that she had to pay all the payments. So good thing it was at the end of January. So they should only do 2 months. She didn't have to do the other months. That she was, if she had the funds, she was able to make the payments to get her current so she could apply for refinancing. The problem there is that forbearance has different definitions for different groups. Yes, it means it's a delay in payment. Some companies, it was a delay in payment, but you had to pay all of it at the end of it to be considered current. Others were adding it to the backside. They were like, you're in forbearance, you don't have to pay, there's no negative impact on you. So you can do everything as though you do normal. Different companies, but look at the different meanings they had within their company. Now, those who worked in the company understood it, but not the other people who were outside. And they were very friendly. They told her what she needed to do, how she needed to do it, even walked her through, provided great customer service. But her journey was not great, so it wasn't customer friendly. My experience with someone else in getting them a loan for a home. Called the company. This person was doing everything to help because they wanted to close quickly on this property. They and the sellers had already agreed on a date, so they were working. They were working fast with it. So with this particular financial institution that was being utilized, they sent an email of the things that were needed. So person responded back to them, gave them the information that needed to be done. They try to do it beforehand. Well, what this financial institution didn't tell their customer was that the customer was going to be the only person they spoke to until they got to the point of the appraisal being completed and the value of the property was over. So you have all these different people. The closing agent for the piece of property was in contact with them. The agents were trying to be in contact with them because for those folks, this was normal practice with the financial institutions. This institution didn't do it that way, but they never told anyone this until almost 4 weeks later, I should put. But they knew that was their process, but they never talked to anybody. They didn't reply back that that was what they're doing. So the law firm was getting frustrated because they had sent some emails requesting some information. And amid COVID, things are taking longer. So they were asking, well, when do you plan to do these things? Well, the financial institution knew that their policies and procedures were the only people you speak to is the debtor. But they never told this to the debtor nor anyone else. So they have a process. They get information. Typically, they get your application, verification of employment, the appraisal, have you to do a termite inspection, things of that nature. So the day the person applied, they put in for the verification of employment, contacted their HR department to make sure it went to the exact person, informed that person that this document was coming. Well, that particular department lost an employee, so everybody was working a lot of different things, and there were a lot of moving parts. Well, everybody thought things were going along as should be. 10 days later, the debtor gets a call from the lender, the financial institution, and they were told, we haven't gotten your verification of employment. Now the debtor is just highly upset because they had done everything that needed to be done, contacted the person, and immediately they got with that person. The person said, I will do it right now. They tell them they'll have it by the next morning, if not that day, which they did. Well, that pushed everything back because that company's process is the verification of employment has to occur before the appraisal can be ordered. So now we're 10 days in to this process before this information is found out that the appraisal is going, they have to register for the appraisal. So it's not like the appraisal is going to be the next day. Time is ticking. So things are getting pushed further back. That was when the person started finding out that the financial institution was not going to be speaking to others. But good thing this person had taken it upon themselves that things that needed to be paid for, typically out of closing, they contacted each of those persons and said, I will be responsible. What do I need? Because you're telling me that it's going to be a week after you hear from the lender before anything moves forward. Well, cut to the chase of what the customer friendliness would be in this case. And I got involved again with it because I was helping out in this process of moving things forward. And I said, well, I have been involved with closings before, and this is over 10 years ago, because the person who was the officer got defensive with the debtor when the debtor was saying, why didn't anyone call me? Well, it was your company that didn't send and verify. You didn't get the information. And we normally get it within 2 to 3 days. So our question was, well, if you normally get something in 2 to 3 days and you get a response, why didn't you reach out to the customer to say, hey, we haven't gotten this? When the customer was contacted, that information was given in less than 24 hours. How many times have you sent an email out and expected that that email actually got to the person? And when you didn't hear from them, didn't look at another way of reaching out to the person to make sure that they even saw the email, received the email. Same thing with the letters that were mailed is the same with the emails, even phone calls. A lot of people are getting their voicemail messages day 2, 3 later. They don't know when it drops in, even text messages. Now, some of you may be saying, well, what if we do all that? Is that responsibility? You have to understand your customers. Are you making it customer friendly? So I was talking to the person, and the reason I've also know the financial institution. And I said, well, did you all think about doing a sheet that shows everything you need, that shows the journey? You know, because we were told about technology and money and it costs. I agree. And with small businesses, and especially during the pandemic, everybody is watching where their money is. But I said, back in the day, we just used a sheet of paper. And people could check off when things were received and completed. You're sending documents through secure mechanisms. It would have been nice if that one sheet, whenever something was done, was even sent to the debtor. Because if the debtor saw that you had not had the verification of employment, then they would have known to put pressure on their HR department to get it done and receive. And they showed that they had gotten it done in less than actually 12 hours, but we'll say 24 to be nice. They got what they needed. But they also would have known that without that document, an appraisal could not be ordered, which they would have known would have hindered the process. They also would have known if it was on the sheet that an appraisal could be ordered, but it may take 3 to 5 business days before someone gets there. That also would have helped them in understanding when to do their termite inspection, because a lot of places that's 30 days. So now that's another supplier that they have to deal with, that they're waiting for possibly your product or service. A sheet of paper. One sheet of paper, PDF, any type, to say this is where we are. And guess what? They had it at the company for their journey, but they didn't have it for the customer for their journey. So they had it for customer service purposes, but they didn't have it for customer friendliness purpose. It made the journey so bad for that person that they were going to use that company. That was their number one company they wanted to use to do all of their real estate ventures, and they have several that line up. They're one and done. And several people asked, who are you dealing with? Why are you having such problems? Why don't you know when you're closing? Guess what? Now there's another group of people who don't want to deal with this entity. So I did get, was working with the officer, talking about some other things, and they were telling me how that particular department was new. A lot of the folks were new, that the company bringing a lot of ideas. And I said, wow, that's great that you all are asking each other, but they're missing one piece. Who's spoken to the customer to see if the customer is getting out of this journey what you expect them to? Who's talking to the customer to make sure that they're not being frustrated? And in this case, there were two customers that were working, because the closing attorney actually works also for the lender. They got frustrated because they're like, no one is talking to me. I mean, a simple, we receive your information, we will be communicating with the debtor, who will then be communicating with you. Or we can only speak to the debtor. Please have all your communications to come to them. This also would have made life easier for the financial institution, because then their employees are not getting all these emails, all these voicemails, all these phone calls from people asking questions over and over and over again. When you're a small office anyway, you want to limit the amount of calls you have to get. Are you making it customer friendly? You're providing wonderful customer service, but is it customer friendly? So dealing with the same person, they got the place, and they were trying to set up their water bill. So for that city, you go online. Well, they went online and they said, to get service, you need to fill out this form. Fill out the form, then call. Well, because you have to have this form emailed, faxed. You can't drop it off because of the pandemic. Even though their website says you can bring it and drop it off, you can't because of the pandemic. So is your website current? Are you providing people accurate information? Great, you have that website, customer service, but it's not customer friendly because all the information is not accurate or true. And I would have forgiven them if this was May of last year, April of last year, even June or July. We're now almost a year into when places shut down, and you still have that same thing. Customer service, customer friendliness. Well, you go call, you get in the queue. And believe you me, at 1 o'clock, they go to lunch. If you're in a queue, you get dropped. If you stay in the queue too long and say that you will hold to speak to someone, you get dropped. Well, let's go back to that phone call. So before we even get into the queue, after you call to get in line, they tell you have to have a copy of your mortgage or lease. In fact, your settlement statement or lease. So that person was trying to be ahead of everything. Everybody else, they could do it, but their water company. The water company, now they had to wait till they did their closing before they could do anything, before they could transfer into their name. So there was a question, had to sit in the queue to ask this question. Well, if the current owners shut it off before the closing, do you all keep it on? Is that going to affect? Am I going to have to go through another process? So now we have to sit in the queue to find this answer for this question where we know people might turn it off before the actual closing. Customer service, customer friendliness. Great information, wonderful voice and telling you up front before you get in the queue, but you still have more questions that went to what they said as part of the customer service, not customer friendliness. got that information, got that settlement statement and everything. Well, they thought they had to use the mortgage or the deed because the attorney who was they were dealing with said, this is what you'll need to get for your services. Gave them the title showing the transfer of the property. Come to the water company. Now, when the person gets on the phone, we need a copy of your driver's license. What? Sat on the phone, getting in the queue, got kicked out of the service, had to get back in the queue, only to be told that you need a copy of the driver's license. Had a person to take a picture, and I said, email it to yourself and then email it to them. But they couldn't wait on the line for that. They said all your stuff has to be in the office, so they had to get off the phone to get back in the queue. What I'm saying here is, do you tell people everything they need before they contact you, especially when it requires them to go and look for something or get something in order for you to assist them? All they had to put on their website was, you need to complete this form, have your mortgage or lease or settlement statement, as well as a copy of your driver's license. That is customer friendliness, because now you're having your customer be prepared, even when they have to sit through all that we have to sit through, because with technology, we may have to take a time for you to call them back. At least they know what to have. Not till they have to wait till they talk to you for you to tell them, well, I can't proceed any further until you get this information to me. That would have been valuable. Even if they had put that in the recording when you call the number. Customer service versus customer friendliness. Just simple little things to make the journey your customer have life so friendly. So, go back to the vaccine. What if you have in your system, which some people do because you don't want to be spammed, that more than one customer cannot have the same email address, which happened to a friend of mine who put in her parents' information. Neither one has email. Nowhere did it say it has to be a unique email address. So what if I have friends that are coming to a Zoom meeting and I say, hey, they're like, I don't want to use my email. I don't want to show up. He said, hey, just use mine. Can they do that? And then if they are doing that, will you allow them to stay? But let's be worse yet. What if I'm having technical difficulties? Because a lot of people have made it such that there's only one way you can get in. And hack the system. Are you allowing more than one telephone number and email address? Because like I had someone in one of my presentations, she had to get on through her computer. Her computer started giving her problems, but the platform that I use gives her a unique code for her to get in with the phone. Are you allowing that? Do you allow that? Make life easier. The platforms you're using, are they friendly for those people that they can use the cell phone? That's some of the reasons why people are using Zoom, but Zoom is not great for every type of meeting and platform. What are you doing? Customer service, customer friendliness. I've gone to some conferences recently, and one of the things that they've been doing for these big conferences, because one of the main components of the conference is networking, they've gone to use sites that have networking as a part of it. We do speed networking. Wonderful thing, met people internationally through it. In fact, it was so addictive. There are people who have been away for 24 hours, and they're like, I can't get out. I'm so excited about meeting new people. Are you doing that? Customer service versus customer friendliness. So it's not just about you giving people the information and or assistance before, during, or after they purchase it. It's about, are you giving them that journey of that you care? When do they get to speak to people? And it's so frustrating to sit on the phone and to push buttons. And first of all the buttons don't correspond to what you need. Those on the inside said, oh, those people will be under here, here, here. We're not inside your business and organization to know this is the map that you have created for people to go through and journey with your reps, your sales force, or even you yourself. solopreneurs. You set up the roadmap of how you're going to deal with customers. We weren't there when you went through that thought process of the things that are going to be done and why you did it. That's why you should have someone who's outside of you and outside of understanding what you're doing, the way you're doing it, to go through the process, to let you know what the journey is like for people. See, the journey a customer goes through, that gets you loyalty. The journey a customer goes through will keep them there and become more of your customer. The journey a customer goes through will make them become your sponsor. They want to yell and tell everyone about you. So that's what great marketing too. The journey a customer goes through also helps your ear gate, your eye gate, and your mind gate. Because if the journey is pleasurable for them, you won't be getting all of these comments, all of these criticisms, all of these calls, all of the frustration that people go through. Because like I told folks, I said, this is not to you. I know the lines are recorded and I will say some things, but and many times, and I've had many people say, you know, ma'am, that is so insightful. And some have said, wait a minute, can I write this down, what you're saying to me? Because I think higher ups need to hear this. I said, it's not customer friendly. I like your products. I like your services. But I don't like the journey I have to go through to get information and or assistance when I need it. This is why some companies have left telephony. You don't push buttons. You get an actual person. And this is why some companies also get people from that geographical area to answer the questions, because everybody doesn't speak the same. And for those who are using virtual assistants, make sure they understand the nuances of the American English versus UK English. They're very different. There's also nuances with people in different areas. When your customer feels that they can connect with you and you connect with them, you made the journey great and fabulous for them. So I want you to know and understand that when it's all said and done, it's not just about customer service that we're looking at, okay? Customer service is great, but customer friendliness is more than customer service. Make your business customer friendly so that that customer appreciates the journey of the customer service that you're going to provide. Well, I didn't see any comments. I didn't see any questions. Don't know if I have any. I know it's been late. I hope this has been helpful, has made you think about what's the journey your customers are going through to make sure that you're customer friendly more than customer service. Natasha, do you have anything for me? Or does anyone else have anything? Well, if someone says that they want to maybe have another discussion with me about this, I didn't put that out there. You can reach me at LAH Companies at .you can book me. I am available there for any counseling and other discussions if you would like. If you're looking for free resources, the Small Business Center Network is available for those who are in North Carolina and or if you have a North Carolina business. We are here for you at ncsbc.net. I hope this has been valuable. Anything else? Any questions?
It definitely has been. There was a little technical delay with me getting back in, but thank you so much for this. I was sitting here taking all kinds of notes and really reflecting even on myself, how I engage with individuals where perhaps I pray that I was being friendly, but definitely keeping that in the forefront. I love that you stated customer friendliness is more than customer service, because I think people often just reflect on that, on customer service. That was definitely key. When I think about, you said it's about the journey. And yes, people don't understand referrals, word of mouth. We have social media where people are doing ratings and reviews. it's definitely key. When I think about those that have stellar customer service and are customer friendly, I think of Chick-fil-A. You know, Chick-fil-A, you know, for me, Chick-fil-A might not have the best food to me. I mean, it's all right. It's not my favorite. Their prices to me, you know, might seem a little high, but it's the experience that'll make you want to keep coming back, or will make you want to halt doing business with someone. And I love the fact that you were talking about the importance of appropriate language. And I think so often some people get caught up in jargons and various sectors, and not understanding you're talking completely way over someone's head. But again, you're sitting there saying, but I told them. But again, but did they understand? So I thought that was very key.
Exactly.
And all in all, what I believe that I was hearing was that it's beyond the information, it's about the intimacy. And that customer service also includes common courtesy. And it's vital to understand what your clients and your customers' needs truly, truly, truly are. Listen, I'm just going to speak on other people's behalf that cannot tell you themselves. We've been blessed. And I'm sure a lot of people probably are sitting there taking a look in the mirror and going to reflect. And I pray that they do some pivoting and to go back to the various organizations, be it theirs or those that they're a part of, and actually take a look at that, whether it be focus groups, whether it be surveys, or whether it just be verbal conversation. So I thank you so much for investing your time. Thank you for being a special guest here on Black Business Network. And, you know, best of blessings for everything that you put your hand to going forward. Thank you so very much again for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And I say the same back to you and everyone else who's been participating. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Have a great evening. Listen, this has been an Olympics of a lifetime. I just want to thank you for joining me here on day 6. This is part 2. And I want to do a quick recap of what part 2 was really consisted of. And it was Dr. Aduke Eremu, as well as Mr. Anthony Page and Mr. Thompson Jones. They talked about the business and the arts. We had Dr. Eric Kelly, the third, attorney Larry Hall, and Dr. Shamika Williams-Turney. They gave the background of how this platform has even come to be birthed out into the earth realm. We had Dr. Veronica Hardy bring forth entrepreneurship and trauma. We had Miss Angelica Norton talk about defeating the poverty mindset. We had Miss Tiffany Hicks speaking on rejecting cancel culture. We had Miss San Griffin talk about publishing for the culture. And you just heard from Miss LaShawn Harley talking about customer friendliness. Now, listen, I want to thank again the CEO, Dr. Eric Kelly III, for, just even having this monumental vision, and all those that have partnered with him to allow it to come to pass so that you could definitely be edified and educated and empowered. Make sure you come back on tomorrow for day 7. The focus is going to be business and the church. Please don't forget to, again, reach into those pockets, have that generous heart to give, to want to help our youth in our community so we can send them off to college, as well as provide them with laptops. So please visit www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, we welcome any and every amount. Definitely tell others as well. And listen, until we meet again, I will see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the